У тебя форма есть?
Тебе для запекания?
Тебе для приседания. Попробуй. Вот так вот. И так.
Пробное занятие понравилось, но на абонемент копите... Накопительный ВТБ-счет.
Регулярно пополняй и накопишь на 16% быстрее.
А почему еще не в форме?
Крутим долг.
А копим быстро.
Откройте накопительный ВТБ-счет со ставкой 16%. ВТБ. Вместе все получится.
Мы любим спорт за моменты драйва. Моменты впечатляющего мастерства. Моменты запредельных эмоций. За моменты, которые становятся историей. Мы соединили моменты спорта и истории, которыми они становятся. И все для того, чтобы делать спорт лучше.
Вы все время в движении? Читайте Автомейл.ру. Это портал про автомобили и для автомобилистов. Здесь все самые важные новости о машинах, премьеры и тест-драйвы, штрафы и полезные статьи с советами, путешествия и истории. Будь в движении. Заходи на Автомейл.ру и читай про главные автомобильные события.
Level Kitchen безграничен. Level Kitchen безграничен. Level Kitchen вкус отличен. На уровень новый он, мы поднимаем питание. У нас все готово, продумано все заранее. На новый уровень, на новый level. Level Kitchen доставим, где бы ты не был.
Если радио, то максимум.
Куда приведет тебя спорт? К экрану? К любимой команде? Или в спортзал? К клавиатуре? На ринг? Или на стадион? Все пути открыты с чемпионат.ком.
Happy New Year Drift, hello and welcome to the Red Ring Circuit. This is 5:30 in Moscow, but thankfully we're not there. We're here in the cheerful Siberia atmosphere. It is +11, says the meteorologist, and we are ready to begin the sixth stage RTSGP 2024. In the meanwhile, it's 9:34 in Krasnoyarsk, and in 6 minutes we will begin the qualifying of RTSGP 2024. By the way, here in the qualifying, we will start understanding something in terms of the championship, of probable championship of Artyom Shabanov. He can either strengthen his chances or maybe his competitors may eliminate them. I remind you that Artyom Shabanov is the author of a historical achievement. This is the first time a rookie, a driver, has got 5 podiums in a row. This is an absolutely amazing achievement. And even if Artyom Shabanov doesn't win in some impossible way, then he is still incredibly impressive. The entry list of the participants has just been there. This time we've got 29 only. And top 3 of the qualifying will go to top 32 automatically, unless there are any bad things that may happen. But of course we hope that nothing happens like that. We wish all the drivers and all the cars the best of health, and getting a non-zero result, I think, is very, very easy for our drivers to do. But still, there is a task to fulfill to get that. This is the graphic presentation. There is 30 points for the line, 30 points for the angle, and 40 for the style, and it's 28 by 12 between fluidity and commitment. Please note that the absolute record by the inner clipping points, there are 5 of them, and all of them except for the last cost you 3 points for the line. Why they are more expensive? Because you've got to hit the square with one wheel only, without getting in the no-go zone, which corresponds to every of these inner clips. So this is not an easy task, absolutely not. And the task is really a mini volume book, how to go in the red ring, especially angle-wise, because the task is changing throughout. Like first you've got to initiate in a big angle, then you've got to reduce it, then you've got to hold it medium for over 100 meters. Then you've got to increase the angle from medium to large in 7. Then you've got to keep your speed at least 60 kilometers per hour in touch and go 8. And then turn on the angle to medium, and don't get crazy in the process, because overdoing the angle is also not good at all. But here it's also important to notice that the drivers can do it automatically if they're doing everything correctly with their hands and feet. This is just a very detailed description of our task. I think that no one has ever done a task so detailed in the means of angle. Moreover, all the criteria for penalization are prepared. The scored section of the track is only 705 meters, and 180 is the run-in, so there's very little left for showing your best drifting qualities. There are 3 sectors. Every one of them costs 10 points for the style, and for a rough mistake you can lose up to half of the sector score. What does this mean? Once you've overdone the angle, or maybe if you have corrected your angle near the inner clip, and we've got 5 of them, you lose half of the score. Unfortunately, this is not a very seldom thing. We've seen it during the practice many times, and here the drivers have to be extremely attentive. Maybe it's even better to skip a clip completely than correcting the angle trying to get it, because 1 penalty for the angle is not usually enough. Usually this is also about the speed, which also entails some style penalization that really hurts. And now we can see the personal standing stable, and there we've seen an absolutely monstrous advantage of Artyom Shabanov. He's very far from Damir Diatulin, 398 points apart, which means that if Damir doesn't get to Artyom by 126 or more points to Artyom Shabanov, then at the end of the stage, Artyom Shabanov will be officially declared the winner of the season. And such masters, such experienced drivers as Evgeny Losov, Georgy Chevchan, Georgy Gusev, and Arkady Tsareglatsev are just competing for the 2nd and the 3rd place. And separately, we are looking at top 20, because this is the criterion, which means an invitation to the Russian Cup. We haven't done an official announcement yet. We all know more or less. Someone can guess what is about to go on, but still there are different legislation acts that we've got to comply with, considering the date and the location. So we don't have any official information yet, but we are promised that before the next stage, which will take place in St. Petersburg on the 21st and 22nd September, we will have all the information that we want. We have never finished a season in St. Petersburg at Igora Drive Autodrome, so this is the first time we're doing it. Don't miss that chance. It is also worthwhile noticing that you've got to get a lot of warm clothes, and we will do the same, because on the 21st and 22nd of September, the weather in St. Petersburg is gonna be pretty cool. So you should carry everything from swimming suit to fur coat, because St. Petersburg is a really, really tricky city. By the way, I strongly recommend to all of you, if you want to go to St. Petersburg, please plan some more days before and after, because, well, at least walking around St. Petersburg, walking around the palaces and the parks this autumn should be beautiful. The yellow autumn leaves, the leaves begin to fall, and this all feels extremely romantic. I'm sure you're gonna have a great time. This is 9:40 a.m., which means that we are ready to begin the qualifying round. But before, since we're here with you, let us show you some press. This is the fresh issue of RDS magazine. It's now available at RDS shop. We've got two Grigoris here, an interesting combination. Two BMWs, two Grigoris, and everything looks very colorful or beautiful. Here, Grigory Gusev may be not very content with the designers because for some reason the style of his car is slightly different. But we know what these guys can drive and how they can do it, so it looks very beautiful anyway. There is a game inside. We've got a dice, we've got a table game, and during the breaks we can entertain ourselves playing this game. And now, in the meanwhile, we are welcoming the first visitor from RDS Europe, who will now open the qualifying of the sixth stage of RDS GP. Sergei Alachev, on board his Nissan 350Z or Farlady Z, is about to begin in a couple of seconds. Yes, this was very interesting to see the weight and the capacity of the cars from RDS Europe, but now Sergei Alachev is doing the initiation. It looks like that he complies with the 90 kilometers per hour requirement. He's already in the second sector out of the three. He worked through fifth touch and go, and now he makes a transition. Number 6 is left behind. 3 touch and goes with number 7. 2 inner clips. And this was a very, very short score section of the track. 33 seconds took him, or even 31 seconds it took Sergei Alachev. The run-in speed is 106 km per hour, and we've got a limit. It has to be from 135. If the speed is below 130, you get a 0 score. But the extremely rich experience of Sergei Alachev here at the Red Ring helps him. He has been here many times in various regional events, and we can see that he is nailing the judges' task. Sergei feels pretty secure, and he shows very solid performance. I've got minimum questions to him. But let's see one more time. As far as the speed is concerned, let's run through it together with Sergei. Here in this part of the track, you cannot go slower than 70 kilometers per hour. Then, the slowest part of the track, the speed mustn't fall below 45, and Sergei did it. There is another control point to the reference near the finish in the third sector, in between touch and go 7/3 and touch and go 8. One but last inner clip. I know that it's pretty hard to see what is what, but we've got to train our brain and grow new neuron connections. So here you've got to keep your speed at the level of 60 kilometers per hour. And why? For the leader to be as predictable as possible to the chaser. For us to see beautiful tandem runs. But yesterday, the lucky ones who have had the chance to watch the training have seen a lot of tandem runs. And now we see it from the cockpit of Sergei Alachev. He's from Novosibirsk, I remind you. This is why he's got such a big experience here at N-Ring. But for Siberia, it is basically next door. From Novosibirsk to Krasnoyarsk, the distance is less than from Stupina to Moscow. It is 800 kilometers in between the two cities, so this is basically next door. Time-wise, maybe it's even faster. Everything below 1,000 kilometers is not distance for Siberia, because here the territory is huge. Yesterday I came up to Sergei and he smiled to me and he said, "Oh, it feels so great to drive here at home." Yeah, so we've got lots of penalization, but that expensive 10-point sectors do bring you such penalization. Sergei loses 3 points for the angle at the initiation, and also he loses some points for the style and for the line. Let's see the total. Yes, this is a productive run, and he's already in top 32. Congratulations, because handling your nerves while you are here is really hard. It is a hard job. Now everyone's got to wake up, and our graphics also has got jet lag, but take it for granted, please. Maximum for the line. This is something that is very important to know. And the other criteria are also quite good. 85 points. I believe this is perfect beginning in the top league of drifting of our country. And the next driver, Petropavlovsk-Kamchatsky, is represented by Evgeny Ivanchy. Nissan Silvia S13, one of the most beautiful ones that I've seen in my life, as far as I'm convinced. And now Evgeny begins the run, and this is his first initiation under the lights. He does the initiation, and oh wow, there's at least one wheel was outside the speed, visually below the allowed limit, but we will check it out through drift dynamics. In the meanwhile, Evgeny through the slowest part of the track, touch and go 3, 4, 5. He's already in eclipse 6, and this is already zone 7, which consists of 3 parts. And then the 2 last inner clips, visually no speed problems exist anymore, but at the beginning of the first and the second sector I did have some questions. At the beginning, if it didn't look catastrophic, it looked pretty dangerous for Evgeny, because this looks like an unchaseable run, because he was pretty slow out there, and it looked like everything went wrong from the very first meters of the distance. And speed-wise, there are a lot of questions, especially in the first sector, and the borderline between the first and the second sectors. The first sector, 70% is the run in, and here this is where the 70 kilometers per hour speed limit is applied. At the moment, Evgeny has violated it, as far as I can see from drift dynamics, but I have spoke a lot to our judges about it. As far as the unchaseable run is concerned, still this criterion is very seldomly applied, and it will be only applied in tandem runs, because our judges are very merciful. The diagonal line is what you're not allowed to cross in tandem runs. Here is a monstrous correction, very big one, and if there was a chaser who was close, then there would have been a huge load of problems for the chaser. It would have been a 0 for the leader, because this is what we understand by unchaseable run. As far as the qualifying is concerned, the judges, after a long thought, decided that such runs, not maybe the fatal problems, they would give the drivers a chance. But the drivers should keep it in mind that such initiations and tandem runs are not good. This is a direct way to losing. What is critical here, in the first meters of the distance, immediately after initiation, the leader has got to take the right line, because the chaser is looking up to the leader. And at a certain point, the chaser sees an obstacle, the leader's car, and then everything you can do is look at the car that is in front of you. But there are different strategies as well. Some of the drivers prefer to shift inward, then they initiate from straight wheels, and then they begin to wait. They look around, look at what the leader is doing, and then they try to get closer after the initiation. This is also possible to handle, and yesterday judges mentioned it. They said that, guys, somewhere maybe you shouldn't get too close to the leader. Keep the distance, give him a chance to make his mistake. Let's be human, and then you can get closer. Alexander Dishlevenko from Vladivostok and his Chaser 90. Feel great. I want to race, he says. But no, not yet, we say. And now, yes, this is only 23, 17 and 23. Yes, 63. Not so much left. This is the mercy that we have spoken about. Servolov said that you've got to put some tissues in the openings. And this is Alexander Dishlevenko from RDS Europe, who came to us together with Evgeny Ivanchy, and now he will do his first qualifying run. Toyota Chaser ZX90, lots of zeros and 19. Yes, we've got numbers like that. And now Alexander is doing the initiation. He fixes the angle and he misses the second inner clip. But in this situation, it is not such a critical mistake. It would be worse to try to work through this clip no matter what. Now you've got to accelerate more and more through touch and go 4 and 5. And through touch and go 6, he makes a transition into touch and go 7. 2 inner clips are left. And now the driver from Vladivostok is doing a beautiful maneuver around the no-go zone and finishes the race. It wasn't bad, even though at first I felt a little bit worried. 131 kilometers per hour, which means -4 points for style from the very beginning. And secondly, it is also worthwhile noticing that Alexander is being very humble with the brake pedal. Here at the Red Ring, you've got to evaluate the curve, so you over-accelerate, then you get in a big angle, and then you've got to reduce the speed by 60 kilometers per hour or even more. And to slow your car down in an effective manner, you've got to use the handbrake, the angle, and also the foot brake. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to do it. This is how you get in the inner touch and go. This is the only way of getting to the inner touch and go. Otherwise, you would simply be pushed somewhere outside to the right-hand edge of the track. And then everything that goes after is pretty understandable on one hand. But on the other, we wouldn't say that it's that easy to do. This is not an easy configuration. Many drivers have got used to it, but Alexander Deshlevenko is not one of them. This is his first time here, just as for many other drivers who are here with us. And also, some of the drivers who have already taken part in RDS GP also haven't been to the Red Ring yet. But it looked better than Evgeny Ivanchey anyway. But once again, what looks better doesn't always bring you more score, because there is a big difference between the visual appearance and the correctness. And moreover, the camera also hides lots of mistakes, but from the judges' tower you can see it very well. Anton Novikov was the first one who got to the opposite side of the track, where the new spectator stand has been built, so that you could see everything at least from the same side as the judges. Once again, I remind you, it looked like one of our judges had some doubts. And by the way, let me give you some information about the judges, because we were in such a hurry and we forgot. Stanislav Dolgich is responsible for the line, Anton Novikov is for the angle, and Vladimir Safonov is in charge of the style. By the way, he's the first winner of the Siberian Drifting Championship, so this is his home, and he holds 40 points for the style in his hands. But was it not the right front wheel? Was it in the no-go zone? I cannot tell. It would be 2 points of penalty, 3 points of penalty, making 5 in total. This is what Alexander can be subject to after this maneuver, because if you hit the no-go zone and if you don't get the inner touch and go, you will be penalized for losing one wheel outside the track, and you underget the score. So you miss a clipping zone and you are also breaking the limits of the track. This is why it costs so much. This is what we have discussed previously with you. But what Alexander is doing with touch and go 2, he just didn't get it. And this is -3 points for an untaken clipping zone. But once again, if such big and generous lines are drawn, and if the wheel has to be acknowledged to be to have left the no-go zone, you've got to go outside the line. There must be a gap between the win and the line. All the doubts are interpreted in favor of the driver. I don't know how much doubt Stanislav Dolgich has got, because this is him who takes the load of responsibility about this. But now, at this moment, it looks like this is like Schrödinger's out, because it was there and it wasn't there at the same time. But if this is Schrödinger who is in charge of that, then it is even harder. So yes, there is a penalization for one wheel outside. And this is 79 points for the first run for Alexander Deshlevenko. And yes, this is better than Evgeny Ivanchey. 16 points. Another driver from Novosibirsk, Yevgeny Spirin, on board his Supra AAT. the driver who has also got quite a lot of experience here on this track. He represents VS Team Car X Team Supra number 54, and he is already starting on the squad section of the track. Yes, this is the initiation. Yevgeny is working carefully with the angle. He misses touch and go 2, and he makes another transition. He makes 2 transitions on 80 meters of the distance, at the same time spinning around the axis of the car. Zones 4 and 5 are left behind, and touch and go in the inner one. And in the meanwhile, Evgeny Spirin is working through the last 2 clips, and he's running to the finish. 132 kilometers per hour, if we believe Drift Dynamics. And he was quite close to the 0. But yes, he nailed it. He misses the touch and go. But at last, finally, we've got the normal numeration for all the touch and go. So the Drift Dynamics is lagging sometimes. But anyway, we are getting the information we need, which makes us very happy. And missing the second touch and go, costing 3 points, doesn't really bring any serious sins to Evgeny Spirin, because, well, still the experience means a lot here. But even experienced drivers have problems with the slower part of the track, because with the touch and goes 4 and 5, you can see corrections on the graphs, and this is what Anton Novikov is judging. But here, once again, you can see that Anton has got quite a serious tool. On one hand, it looks like dividing the track into 3 sectors is unprecedented. I don't remember any tracks with 3 sectors only. And it looks like there's a lot of mistakes, each of them. But I remind you, there are also mistakes that are immediately qualified as rough. And here I mean corrections, increase of angle in the inner clips. This is something you've got to avoid at all costs. And once again, I repeat, it's better to miss a clip completely than breaking your pace. This is bad not only for the qualifying, this is extremely bad for tandem runs, because if the leader does such stuff, his chance for the victory will be lost. And once again, why the penalties are so big? Because a rough mistake is a penalty from a quarter to a half of the entire score. And if you've got 10 given for the sector, half is 5, which is pretty tangible, isn't it? And there are also some sectors where you've got 2 inner clips. You make a correction in one, then you make a correction in another, and that's it. And you've got a 0 for everything. So, well, you've got to be extremely attentive, and all the mistakes that are judged by sectors are, well, this is about the style and about the angle. They are all evaluated in percentage for the sector. So a small mistake is like about 10%, but that is not little, because this is still your score and you're losing it. Now, Evgeny Spirin, armed with this knowledge and understanding, has to see what the judges think, and it looks like they're ready. Yes, here they go. -7. -7, second sector. Yes, this is what I was telling you about. This is how much a correction can cost you. The lack of angle, then too much of angle, then he loses some points for the clip, and the total amount is 79.5. But I remind you that the main goal in the first run is to make a productive run, to create a foundation for further improvement. And the drivers, of course, feel much more secure when they don't have a 0 for the first run. So Evgeny Spirin finishes his first run, and this is his teammate, Alexei Vakhtin. He is 700 meters away from the finish, and he is running through it at a very, very high speed. So there was an attempt to hit touch and go 2, but no, doesn't work out. But still, there will be a penalization. But still, Alexei Vakhtin makes a transition into touch and go 7, and on the very edge, he is going further. And all those touch and goes, number 7, are pretty expensive. And now we are going to analyze everything he has done. Let's begin with the beginning. There's one very illustrative moment, which was basically the reason for all of the problems. You see that there is a smoke, and it appears much after the dotted line. And this is the reason why the car misses the touch and go 2. This is some fast drivers like Alexei Vakhtin, 136 kilometers per hour, but the fastest drivers, the most aggressive ones, press the accelerator after touch and go 1/2, which is the second square on the track. And this is how they push the car inward and slide along the no-go zone, hitting touch and go 2. But he had a problem by pressing the accelerator pedal on time. You can see that the car is running, crossing the dotted line, and then he presses the accelerator, and this is why the speed was broken. But it doesn't matter how much broken it is, because since we don't have zones, we've got touch and goes. Once you missed it, you get penalized. And line-wise, Alexei Vakhtin has missed quite a lot of squares, and yeah, it looks like he missed another one. I remind you that the 7s, unlike the other outside clipping zones, are 2 points each. So this is a pretty expensive element of the line. And in those 3 squares, you can get 6 points for the line out of 30, which is quite a lot. This is 1/5. There's something that really matters. This is a very beautiful view. Here you can see, first of all, the red ring is pretty flat, but not exactly. The 17th year's history of this asphalt has introduced some corrections into its shape, so the track has got some unevenness in its structure, and sometimes it makes the cars give a little start and they'll jump, which also means some tangible shocks on the transmission. And yesterday we had like transmission fall. Someone had to change the transmission, someone had problems with transmissions, and it's not even about what happened yesterday. It's about what happened inside the car, and the fact of this mechanical resistance will also show itself throughout the event. And the further the driver goes in the competition bracket, the more the risk. It is also worthwhile noticing that very serious load falls on the transmission, because there's a big speed difference throughout the scored section of the track. For you to understand better, 135 plus is the average speed, and 140 is the minimum. So this is a huge difference in speed that is possible. Maybe only Sochi, but we don't have Sochi anymore. And also Sochi has very flat asphalt, unlike the Red Ring. So it makes the drivers use the clutch very actively, not only to shift the gears, but also to increase the revolution rate. And this, of course, gives a certain shock on the transmission that can damage it very, very strongly. It can be bad for the clutch, for the gearbox, so the torque can always find a weak point in the transmission. This is Anton Dmitrienko appearing on our screens, waiting for his turn, and then he will begin his run, which he will open the score of his qualifying at the 6th stage of RDS GP. So generally we see the score on this view. Here we can see the traditional spectator stand, the stand B, and on the left you can see C1, the new spectator stands. I will tell you more about it later. Here's the most interesting thing: TG7 -4, which is 2 squares missed, and -3 for TG8, and TG4 unfortunately also was missed. So there's only 19 of 30 for the line, which makes it a total of 65.5. This is not a zero, once again, I'm telling you. So let's stay optimistic, and let's wish Alexei improve his performance and his run number 2. Anton Dmitrienko from Irkutsk, another Siberian driver who also has got very good experience of racing here at this track. And now we'll see how he can use his experience for his benefit. Very aggressive on wheel outside plus correction. This is quite a lot of penalization. We will calculate it all later. And in the meanwhile, Anton Dmitrienko is in the slower part of the track. He's accelerating more and more and more and more. I wonder what was happening with the speed, because visually it looked like the speed fell quite tangibly. And then he misses the last 7th touch and go, and there are only 2 inner clips left. And I have got questions to one of them. And in the meanwhile, Anton is already crossing the finishing line. The acceleration speed is 139 kilometers per hour. This is what our guys can do. There was some active slow down one wheel outside, which kind of ruined the general impression. And then after that, everything was quite dynamic and aggressive, but some line problems were definitely there. In this big and large curve, this is too much of angle, 101.7, followed by correction to 99. Yeah, so he has spun his car around quite a lot. This is not the right thing to do. He probably wanted to impress everyone, himself, the spectators and the judges, with this aggressive initiation, and he kind of overdid it. It is not allowed to get into the angle of more than 95 degrees. And he wasn't running slower than 45, it was like 50 something. So he will definitely not be penalized for that. As far as the rest is concerned, I think all the standards have been complied with. Let me check out the last sector. Yeah, everything is okay there. 4 control points, 4 speed control points. Also an unprecedented experience we've got here. And I guess that the help of Alexander Nechayev is really needed to the judges. Here, Anton Dmitrienko is in the no-go zone. A very seldom situation when this beauty shot from the screen bears a lot of important information. Because here you don't really see where the left front wheel was. But in this beauty shot, you could actually see it. And also in slow-mo, it looked really great. You could see that the wheel happened to be where it wasn't supposed to be. At the approach to touch and go 8, Anton Dmitrienko kind of slowed down his car a little with a handbrake, which is allowed by the judge's task. There is not like a deceleration zone, but the judges also emphasized that you've got to be attentive, especially the chaser, because the leader is allowed to slow down in any possible manner. Let's check it out from here. Here, yeah, there's of course a lot of smoke because a lot of handbrake is being used. And in tandem runs, it looks very spectacular when the cars are running near the stands, but you don't really see the chaser. But from C stand with the new one, there you can see everything. The view is absolutely magnificent because this is where the judges are. Yesterday I joined the spotters on the red and black building roof, and sometimes I couldn't really understand what the spotters are trying to spot because there were some smoky cars like Damir Diatulin and Evgeny Losev. Starting from zone 7, you don't see them at all. What have they been doing? I have no idea. I could only see that they were pretty close to each other. We've got some penalization for fluidity in TG7, commitment in TG1. This is why we've been speaking about the excess of angle. It is penalization not only for the angle, it is always tied to commitment because speed is also affected. This is how much of score Anton Dmitrienko has lost, and he could have got more than 90. But still, it's 81 points for the first run, not a very bad result, and we can see what he's got to correct. But it is very seldom situation when the entire team is in the same group. Well, being in the Group 1 is not very good, yes, but there's another driver from the Steam Car X, Anatoly Sherbak. He begins his run, and his first run has already started. And here he is being very careful. And then he hits touch and go 2, touch and go 3 has also been taken. Here you've got to press it more and more, gaining more and more speed. The dotted line there is not just for the beauty of it. At the end of this slow curve, there's too much of angle, which doesn't contradict the judge's task. But it looks like the speed has been compromised. But we will take a look at it while the judges are analyzing the first run of Anatoly. While the judges are doing their analysis, we'll do the same. 145 kilometers per hour. It was the initiation time. And that is pretty dynamic. Generally, the average speed, according to the dynamics, is 70 kilometers per hour. Minimum speed at the edge. It is on the edge. It was 135 at the run-in, and in the slowest part of the track, it was 46. While 45 is allowed. But you could see that it was torturously slow. You could see it was very hard for the S14 to push away from the... to push off from the asphalt. Maybe this is because we don't have the temperature sensors on the asphalt, it's hard to evaluate, and maybe the pressure is not right. Yesterday it was pretty sunny, the asphalt was warming up, and it's quite dark colored, so I think it should have been quite warm, especially by the end of the day before the twilight fell. So now possibly the situation is a little unusual for the drivers. It takes a lot of effort for them to find the right pressure in their Ling Long Flash Hero. And now, looking at this track, I'm thinking that Hero is not just marketing. This is something that these tires have got to be. Yesterday, I did my traditional walk around here, measuring the score section of the track, and I was surprised at how the tires can handle it. But they do, and for 3 runs, just like that. It is also worth noticing that in the point where Anatoly Cherbak had to go at the speed of 70 kilometers per hour, he was running at 80 plus. So this is pretty dynamic. This is a very dynamic run. There were some problems in the apex, but everything still was within the framework of the regulations. Let's take a look at this pillar that appears that is poking out from the car. This is a 360 camera that the team uses to review the runs. Anatoly Cherbak is not the only one using this technology, but he's the only one who raises his camera that high. He added quite a lot of angle before touching go 8, but then he reduced it back to some more or less adequate value. I remind you that it's like 50 degrees it was near touch and go 8. Okay, so this is the result for the line. Everything is perfect. Okay, but angle-wise and style-wise, there are some penalization. At the exit from touch and go 5, the wheel was outside, which means that it hasn't been penalized. Well, why? 86 points. This is the best result this far. Okay, congratulations to Anatoly, and we can perfectly see what he's got to improve. And here's a guy that we didn't expect to see in Group 1. A driver from Moscow, Carville Racing, Toyota Supra A90, and his name is Nikita Shikov. Yes, the veteran of our drifting movement. He hasn't missed a single season. So this is the initiation done by Nikita Shikov, and yes, he hardly reaches touch and go 2, and then very securely he gets touch and go 3, and this is the slowest part. He lets the accelerator go a little bit. This is not the big mistake. The speed doesn't fall below minimum. A nice and solid transition to touch and go 7. Now that to collect the last 2 clips, and looks like he's missing touch and go 9. Oh. Misses touch and go 9. That's absolutely for sure. I have no doubt. But, well, it's better to go slightly wider than slightly narrower near the inner touch and go, because then the penalization will be less. And at some point it looked like he was trying to aim at the second touch and go. That unfortunate square, which is also quite hard to see. I mean, you see it only after you have gotten the turn in the curve, and this is a very interesting problem, to find your way there, to feel it and intuitively to reach it. A wheel was outside after the initiation, plus to all the other troubles. This is the slowest part of the track, and here also it was violation of the track border. But the speed nevertheless continued growing, which is the criterion that the judges are looking at. And now the right rear wheel has been there outside the line for quite a long while. But this is only one mistake, so I don't think that it would be penalized for more than 2 points. It's bad that it's there, because the speed was still climbing up and up and up and up. And Nikita is one of the very few drivers, speaking about the first group participants, who managed to run through the apex without any corrections, because there are lots of touch and goes. Touch and go 4, 2 of them. Touch and go 5, 2 of them. And keeping your angle stable is not the easiest of the tasks, what we have seen in the other drivers of the first group, but Nikita nailed it. And this is why it looks so sad that we are now speaking about mistakes here, because generally the run was pretty good, very good impression, rhythmic and secure and confident. But I've listed out the penalties, and I am sure that this is not the full list. Yes, -2 I can see, and no penalty in the curve, which means that the The wheel was still on the white. Okay, that's even better. Huh. Yeah, now I see. This is a data transmission problem. Because line-wise, we could see a very little penalization, but in fact, there was much more. I'm sorry, I really apologize, because we are all slaves of this technology, and we rely on it quite a lot, but there was a data transmission problem. Now Sergei Alachev comes back. This is his second run, and at this moment, he is on the second place in the qualifying rating with a result of 85 points. So here we go, the sweetest car of RDS-GP now. The initiation, and yes, he fixes the angle, keeps it steady. On the way to touch and go 2, misses touch and go 3 in transition. You've got to press it and get more and more and more speed. Here the line looks a little bit narrow. It will be definitely penalized by the judges. Oh, and here he is going also too narrowly in touch and go 7. And he had to now spin the car closer to the inner clip 7. It looks like he's been suffering of the lack of speed, and that made his line narrower than he expected it to be. Now let's take a look at the speed more. Let's compare the two runs. And moreover, I wanted to draw your attention to the fact that Sergei Alachev was trying to increase the angle in the places where he was not supposed to do it, because near touch and go 8, the angle has to fall from big to small, but Sergei was running from medium to large. And this is a serious violation angle-wise, and I think that here it will be very, very unpleasant for him to see the results. I remind you, the small angle is below 45, medium is from 45 to 55, and large angle is everything over 55. On the border between the first sector and the second, the speed was less than prescribed by the judges, and you should have expected some penalization, unfortunately, and the finishing part, the last part, the speed also fell below 60 kilometers per hour. So this is the angle. This is what caused such problems with the speed, unfortunately. But the runs yesterday during the practice sessions were very good, and he made very good impression on me, because our judges also have been to Europe and to GP, and it's always very interesting to hear their opinion about the RDS Europe drivers, and they've always given me very good feedback about him. Sergei Alachev is a very healthy person, a very vigorous person, and he always does everything to the maximum, but sometimes it just doesn't work right from the very beginning. You can see that he was trying to make everyone happy, but sometimes it just goes wrong from the very start. Here at the Red Ring, one mistake entails a huge heap of others. I mean that you may just shift the entire line to one of the directions, and this is very hard to correct. This is what differs good drivers from outstanding ones, because yesterday we've seen it many times when the chaser lets the leader go, and then in the slower part he still gets closer in a quite a harmonic way without breaking it all apart. And this is an interesting peculiarity of the Red Ring, because here the first part, the first sector, is quite intensive, even though it consists from the run-in. This is where you've got to select the right angle and work through the inner clip, and you've got to do all of that in a very restricted distance. And then within 80 meters, you've got 2 transitions, which is extremely hard. Then you've got the slower part where you collect everything. If the first part didn't work out really well, there are some really outstanding drivers who at the same time managed to bring everything into harmony and making the run very well. And the 2 last sectors are quite a serious part of the general score. And if you are not very successful as a leader at the beginning, and then you pull yourself together and do everything correctly, you still have some chances for the victory, or at least you can take it to a draw if something was very wrong. But as far as this apex is concerned, this lower part, there, on one hand, there was a simple but a risky technique. If you are far away from the leader, you've got to, well, so to say, do transition a little proactively, press the accelerator earlier than your leader. Oh, all 3 touch and goes in TG7 were missed. It looked pretty catastrophic, but still he's got 20 points out of 30, and this is 75.5. No improvement, but we still expect to see Sergei Alexeyev in top 32. Who is going to hit with such a result? I have no idea. But this is not the top 3. Absolutely not. This is another driver who really needs improvement because he had 63 points. This is Evgeny Ivanchev from Petropavlovsk-Kamchatsky on board his Nissan Silvia S13. His second run, and yes, this is where he's got a lot of space for improvement. Can he use it? He doesn't look so. This is quite a narrow initiation. Then he's got to bring everything together, pull everything together. The line was quite good, very confident run into Tashenko 4 and 5, and the inner clip was taken. And the same concerns Tashenko 7. There are 2 inner clips left, 1, 2, and to the finish. And yes, this is a great run, but what happened at the initiation? Evgeny Ivanchev is the only of our European drivers who are in top 20 of RDS Europe, which means that they are candidates for the Russian Cup. It looked like there was some eclipse in the mind of Evgeny in the first meters of the distance after the dotted line. Yeah, it was very, very long. He's been waiting, he's been aiming, but it's been going wrong. Well, maybe it was also about the car. 54 kilometers per hour, where you're supposed to run at 70. That is painful. This is a situation when in a tandem run you can get an unchaseable run. And Evgeny did something similar in the first run when he fell too broadly at a very broad line and there was too much of angle. Here he was more careful with the angle, but line-wise it didn't really work out well, and then having pushed himself inward, he had to take a sort of expecting position, waiting for where this way can take him. It looked like he didn't feel like pressing the accelerator where he had to press it. And the rest of the run was very good. Line-wise, very good. Angle-wise, also quite stable. And acceleration-wise. But the initiation just doesn't work out well. Look at this three-wheel drift. Very rare situation for S13. Well, basically seeing an S13 in this situation is quite a seldom situation because such car bodies are now displayed in museums, especially in this condition. And remarkably, yesterday, Evgeny's team, after the practice, took all the plastic off the car, including the door and the rear, all the back wings, and they said, no, you cannot go on official runs on an ugly car, and they replaced the plastic with new ones. So they've got a practicing plastic, and they've got the going out plastic. And this is an approach. This is all about the aesthetics. And here I want to remark that when I saw this S13 for the first time around 3 years ago, I said to myself, wow, this is a very stylish one, because such a body kit on a Silvia S13 I have never seen before. It's got very beautiful fenders, little details that don't break the general concept, because sometimes people put on those rocket-based things. Hey, good morning, my friends. Good morning, dear drivers. Okay. Quite a lot of numbers, but they don't look that scary if you don't count the commitment in the first sector. The speed loss caused the very big loss for commitment in the first sector, but the improvement is pretty big, but it could have been even more if not that unfortunate for first sector. Yes, it's short. Yes, there are little control points, but you've got to be very accurate there. Alexander Dashlevenko, 79 points was his first run result. And now let's see how much will be left after his attempt number 2. Yes, so 79 points is what he has got left after all the deductions. He's got things to work on, and he has reviewed his first run very attentively. Yes, that was a hell of an angle, and hardly any correction after, even though there was one wheel outside. We will see it later in the replay. Now, he is already in the longest part of the scored section of the track, and through touch and goal 6, he makes a transition into the 7th. Once ago, the chase as well as on the white line, and through 2 inner clips, he is running to the finish. Unfortunately, touch and go 9 has been ignored, but there was so much aggression in it. Well, there could have been a lot of aggression, but at the run-in, I think there should have been more because his speed was only 130 kilometers per hour. Thank you for not making it worse. Ivan Dishnevenko reminds me of Nikolai Garkovenko, who is missing this event. His front bumper, I mean, but Nikolai's bumper is new, but this little thing with the mimics, with this little fracture in the first run, really reminds me of Nikolai. Hello, Nikolai, I know that you watch me at 6:30 of St. Petersburg time, but well, this is quite an acceptable speed, but there was a wheel outside in the process of initiation. The initiation was good, spectacular, but I have a feeling that the angle was around 100 degrees. Of course, we will now check it. It was 92.4 because it looked like even more, but this is the magic of chases. 3 wheels out of 4 on the asphalt. So that is very, very spectacular and good. If not, it was 52.5 points of angle where it has to be more. That can be dangerous. Okay, so once again, as far as the perception is concerned, I mean subjective perception, without all those numbers and graphs and stuff, everything looked quite well, everything looked beautiful. But as soon as some objective values appear, I mean the speed and the angle measured by an electronic system, this is where we begin to understand that it's not that beautiful after all. And this is the longest hump on the angle graph with the corrections. This is what happens to many of the drivers in the slowest part of the track, where I remind you, we've got touch and go 4 and touch and go 5. -5 for commitment, I guess, is the issue of the speed, but not as many penalties as I imagined it to be. And this is 85.5. Yes, there is an improvement, and quite a good one, by the way, but still nothing is about 90 plus. 79.5 points was the first result of Evgeny Spirin. How much will he get in the second? We will find out very soon. Toyota Supra A80, driver from VS Team Car X, Evgeny Spirin. Let's go. And Evgeny Spirin is already running to the 180 run-in section of the track. Now it's over. And now this is the initiation. Maybe too much of a car outside of the track. Nothing is left for touch and go 2. I mean, the inner touch and go 2. Evgeny was trying to touch the forbidden zone with one of the wheels. Then there's a transition to touch and go 7. Once again, the line just doesn't fit in between the white lines, doesn't fit within the track. Evgeny has been very, very large on this track. There are things to calculate, there are things to pay attention to, and the angle and the style judges will have to do quite a lot of work. The speed at the run-in was about 135 kilometers per hour, which is the unpenalizable threshold. And generally, he looks pretty well. If not these unfortunate runs outside. That was quite a good flip. 2 wheels outside. Okay, but then it fell to 65 kilometers per hour, where you've got to run at least 7. Let's see, the slowest part, it's 44 with a minimum of 45. So unfortunately, Vladimir Safonov also has things to count, and there's quite a lot. So there's a correction in the slowest part that you always also have. And this is also the penalty for the corresponding criteria. This speed loss to 65 kilometers per hour is associated with having a wheel outside. It is not about the acceleration. This is about keeping the car within the lines. This is 79.5% in run number 1. I'm not even trying to guess how much score he's gonna do. He's gonna take in the second run. Let us just see that Yevgeny Spirin is already in top 32. He needs to get at least some score to get there. Now let's take a look at the score given by Stanislav Dolgih. He's got to do a lot of work processing the run of Yevgeny Spirin. He's got to calculate it very attentively where he hasn't got, how many wheels he had outside, and convert it all in some numbers, which are obviously not very pleasant. But this is the reality of the competition process. What can you do? Getting 100 is something that very, very few drivers can do. Since this is an odd number in the line penalization, we can understand that there were 2 wheels outside. This is 16 for the line. That hurts. And this makes a total of 70.5 points. Okay, let's write it down. This is a negative growth. The negative growth. This is an official economic term. Okay, now his teammate Alexei Vakhtin, who represents Kuzbas, the city of Leninsk-Kuznetsk, on board his Toyota Supra A80, which is a twin sister of Yevgeny Spirin's car, but in a different color. Okay, so here we go. Alexei Vakhtin is doing an initiation, makes a correction, and he can get more angle, and he does, but it wasn't very good in touch and go 2, but this is not the end of the story. Alexei is trying to speed up to touch and go 4 and 5 with some violation of the line, touch and go 7. Then he collects all the 3 elements, and then there are 2 inside, flips left. He is on the edge of the violation. There he slips off the asphalt with 1 wheel, and this is how you can get to a 0 if your run is considered to be uncontrollable. 138 kilometers per hour is the initiation speed. He did lots of corrections, and finally he corrected it. But it's pretty hard to pronounce, but this is morning, so please understand me correctly. So this looks like faster than the first run, just if you take a look at them simultaneously. There you can see that there's quite a lot of debris over there, because quite a lot of cars have been there. Alexander Deshlevenko had 2 wheels outside, and this is why his 2 wheels slipped off. The 2 tires slipped off, and the consequences of it were pretty serious, and they can be even worse. It looks like he also misses touch and go 4/2, unfortunately. But, well, it's worthwhile noticing that the speed was growing. Yevgeny Spirin somewhere was running too broadly, and Alexei Vakhtin went too narrowly. So these guys have to unite their mistakes, and it will get to a normal value. The speed fell below 70 degrees. Below 70 kilometers per hour, kilometer per degrees or whatever, and that wasn't enough. And here's another interesting thing. I don't know what Stanislav does with this last clip, because here you can get 2 points or you can lose 4. You never know. And what also matters is that the rear wheel fell off the asphalt, and then the front wheel followed. So does it count as 2? Because the front wheel fell off after the finishing line. I know that probably the front wheel wouldn't count, but the question is how much the angle and the style would be compromised in this situation, because this is a mistake and this is quite a serious one. But Alexei Vakhtin in the first run was very unlucky, especially line-wise. It was only 65 kilometers per hour. And here, improving such a result is it's a challenge, but it is possible. And also maximum for fluidity, you know. Wow. -4 for the wheels, but not as bad as I imagined it to be. And also touch and go number 8 was counted. So this makes a total of 87. And we've got a new qualifying leader. This is an improvement. Alexei Vakhtin shifts his teammate down. I mean, Anatoly Sherbak, who had 86 for the first run. And now here comes Anton Dmitrienko. He had 81 points in the qualifying attempt number 1. He represents Irkutsk. On board, he's forward racing as 15. And right now the light goes green and he's running in. Let's go. Anton Dmitrienko. His first run was very good visually, but it wasn't perfect. And judging by his score, you can see his one wheel is almost outside. Then there's transition number 2. And he runs through touch and go 4, then 2 5s, and then through touch and go 6 to transition number 7. And he collects all the 3 segments and the last transition. And here it looks like he's on the edge, but with no violations. Part of the wheel was still on the white line. So that was close, a near miss. But what was with the speed? Speed-wise, 141 kilometers per hour at the run-in. Quite well, generally. I have a question about the no-go zone. I was wondering whether one wheel was completely outside. And unfortunately, we can also see that there is less smoke in the second run in this unfortunate apex. But it doesn't mean that there is less speed. On the opposite, if the wheel is gripping more effectively, then it brings you more dynamics. The speed limit was outperformed. The speed never fell below 50 kilometers per hour. And in the initiation, yeah, he was there. He was there in the no-go zone. And Anton is like, oh, goddamn cameras, I thought they wouldn't notice. But we notice everything, and this means a serious penalization. So let's get back to the speed. Speed-wise, I don't have any questions to the speed. The angle in the apex was 68 at first, then it reduced to 46, then it got more, and then he angled out when he was running through the inner clips. And I remind you that this is what is qualified as a rough mistake, and it can seriously reduce the score. As far as the speeds are concerned, let us please remember that Forward Auto team that is responsible for building this car, it is based here in Krasnoyarsk. All of their cars are tested here at the Red Ring, and in a certain way the entire concept was designed for this autodrome, for this track. And this is why these cars feel at home here, especially if you can hit the right settings, because there's quite a broad range of possible setups. And by the way, it was allowed to add the angle gradually, and I can see that many drivers are using it for their benefit, because there is no compulsory requirement to brake their cars super abruptly. But if they do it, and I know that we've got some of the drivers who can do it, then the style will be more and more evaluated, because this initiation into the big angle and the sliding with the fixed angle until this G-shaped line is drawn through touch and go 2 is of course absolutely breathtaking, especially in tandem runs, because I cannot tell that this is only about them, but yesterday I watched Damir Idiatulin and Evgeny Losov. It was a great pleasure to watch them. But here, watching them from the roof where the spotters are was really great, because everything is happening right beneath you, and this is super spectacular. And it's very good that we recalled Evgeny Losov and Damir Idiatulin. Only 2 of the present drivers have held victories here. That is Evgeny Losov twice and Damir Idiatulin. We remember the final of the last year, and it was a huge present for Fresh Racing that had a slightly different name, and all of their fans. This is maximum for the angle. Wow. Regardless of all the things that we have said before, it's 89.5. This is on the threshold of the 90. This is a good improvement. He's got 89.5, and we've got a new qualifying leader. That is Anton Dmitrienko, who shifts Alexei Vakhtin down. But now Anatoly Sherbak can get back to the first line. Oh, maybe Nikita Shikov also has something to do. because this is his turn to get to the start. This is his yellow Silvia S14 wearing the colors of VS Team Car X, and that is Anatoly waving at us. And Anton Novikov is now giving me some comments. I want to thank him because Anton Dmitrienko was perfect in the angle, and even though his diagram didn't look absolutely straight, absolutely flawless, but the judge's eyes are sometimes more precise than the precisest of the gauges. But let's keep it in mind as a reference, and I'm absolutely convinced that there are lots of drivers who can do the same. And now, in the meanwhile, Anatoly Sherbak, who's already been the leader of the qualifying, will try to get back to the troll. He represents VS Team Car X, and he is already here, and he is Silvia S14, but well, this is a Silvia S14 because it is left-handed. This is all the difference from the Nissan, plus the driver. 3 reds, 1 green. Anatoly Sherbak is starting his second run. This is the run-in and the counter shift. Whoa, 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 whoa! Hello, Evgeny Losev. Can you please log in again? But no, isn't that not Evgeny Losev? This is Anatoly Sherbak. And if this is not an unchaseable run, I don't know what it is. But I don't know how much will be left of the 100 points. But now, in the meanwhile, Anatoly is working really well through all the elements. And here as well, he collects 2 inner clips. But everything is still shaded out by this initiation. It was so self-sacrificing. I have some questions to touch and go number 9. It looks like the front axle started slipping, but so is it a 0 altogether? Yes, this is a 0. This is a 0 because there is a limit for everything. Drift dynamics, of course, shows that there is some angle on the car body, but it was basically a 0 because we don't want some angle, we want good angle. After 106, a correction to 26, then another correction to 49, and then a transition. Well, you know what I mean. This is not what you expect to see. Generally, it is worthwhile noticing that the front axle starts slipping when a driver is late with pressing the accelerator. Let's check the diagram once again. That's a whoa, and then a bit it, and then once again oh, and then whoo, and wee. So this is what brings him to a 0. Even though the judges said that some mistakes may not be zeroed down, but well, this is not to be forgiven. The first 0 in Group 1. Thanks God it was the second run, so no double zeros this far. Because we have an incomplete list of participants. We want more. We've got only 29. Nikita Shikov from Moscow, Carville Racing, 84.5 points for the first line. And I'm sure that Nikita wishes to improve this result, just like everyone else. So here we go. Nikita Shikov is doing a Furidashi into touch and go 1. And yes, he is collecting touch and go 2, and this is number 3. And he opens very well at the right moment. And through touch and go 4, touch and go 5, he's moving inside, touch and go 6. Did a transition, and this is very good. Touch and go 7, then he's got to collect the 2 last clips, and he does it perfectly. And then he presses the pedal into the floor and finishes the run. This is a very, very solid impression. I've been speaking about Siberia, saying that they've got good experience of Red Ring racing. But Nikita Shikov came here first in 2011. It was super drag battle where he had a tandem with Georgy Chevchan, and even a flat tire didn't hold him back. Leonid Schneider was 4 years old at that moment. So you can imagine what can happen in our history. And this morning I spoke to Nikita Shikov, and as far as the run is concerned, this was absolutely amazing. There is nothing to analyze. It is so beautiful and dynamic and also bright. This is very, very accurate. I would say that this is an example for everyone to look up to. Wow, so beautiful. And if line-wise everything looks like this, then we can expect something good for the style as well. Why not? Let's see what Vladimir Safonov finds there. I see that Anton Novikov has found something. I guess he found some corrections, maybe some excessive angles, or maybe some other little flaws. But interestingly, in the first run, Nikita's graph looked very nice, but it doesn't always affect the results directly. There have been some other little flaws, but in the second run, it looks like a celebration. This is Matsuri by Nikita Shikov. Matsuri is a celebration, translated from Japanese. Let me give you some linguistics. I wouldn't be surprised if it is 90 plus, and it would be great, and it really does look like that. This does look like a 90 plus. Oh, wow! This is very little penalization, maximum for the line, 2 points for commitment, only 2 points in the second sector. Wow. And so does it make it is 94.5 plus 10 points. This is an improvement. Nikita Shikov is the leader of the qualifying, and it looks like he's there for a long while. And now we've got Vladislav Yerofeev, one of the drivers who has never been here to the Red Ring before. He was very worried about the weather, about raining, because he confessed that he has never raced on this car under the rain, and the Red Ring is not the place where you want to experience it the first. But maybe on this abrasive asphalt might be a little bit easier. Giving little jumps, the 370Z runs through the sports section of the track. Vladislav Yerofeev is doing the initiation, and then he collects touch and go 2. This is the slowest part of the track. He's already in the second sector, and a little bit of correction at the exit from touch and go 5. Then he collects touch and go 7. There are 2 inner clips left, and once again he hurries with the transition, but generally this is a productive run, a non-zero, which means that he reserves himself a place in top 32. This is quite a good run. Generally, one wheel hasn't been outside, or has it been? We will see it later on replays in more detail. And for a driver who is here at the Red Ring for the first time, I guess this is a very, very good performance. He was very sound, very high quality. And here, was he in the no-go zone, by the way? I don't really see it, near touch and go 8. Here you can see some unevenness. Yeah, one wheel has been outside. Well, going broadly like this is not very bad here. Here we're doing some comparative analysis, and this is why I want to consult the judges, maybe in the evening or during the break, because I just opened the graphs of Anton Dmitrienko and Nikita Shikov, and angle-wise they're almost the same. And I want to ask a question to see the difference. Okay, so let's get back to Vlad Yerofeev, who is now in the focus of our attention. This is the second group of the qualifying. Vladislav Yerofeev, due to rising higher and higher in the qualifying protocol and even penetrating to the next stages, he has already reserved himself a place in the second qualifying group. And I remind you that Vladislav Yerofeev is quite an ambitious man. In his interview, he said that his general goal is top 4. That he would be happy if he gets there. But, well, Anton has done it before. Maybe not in the first season, but still, he managed to get there. And this is good, even though 2 times he had one wheel outside and some commitment in the first sector, which is a traditional thing for everyone. Well, nevertheless, this is quite a good harvest, 88.5. This is very, very decent, plus one more run to do, which sounds really great. Vladislav has got a chance, and I'm sure that he will risk it. Dmitry Yermokhin, a driver who has been a champion here at this track, representing Krasnoyarsk, Avtoban IMO team, and his legendary Nissan Silvia, which has been with him since the year when the Red Ring was opened in 2007. I think this is the longest tandem of a driver and a car. Dmitry Yermokhin is doing an initiation. He is not really hurrying to amaze us with the angle and the speed, but he misses 2 inner clips. He misses them and then he's run. So the apex, it is now over. Touch and go 6 with no questions. Touch and go 7, a little bit of the left foot. And still the line looks very well. And now there's very little left and this is already the finish. This is not something that I expected from Dmitry Yermokhin, to be absolutely honest, because I'm really used to seeing something more impressive, at least here at the Red Ring. On one hand, but on the other, there is no really very big necessity for him to show something like this. Because it's more about the result. And then everything will continue in run number 2. But here, they slowed down touch and go 2. Number 7 that we saw yesterday. During the briefing, it was very hardly discussed, and everyone said that you shouldn't do it. You should maintain your speed there, and you should slow down after you have left the touch and goes number 7 at the approach to touch and go number 8. But once again, all these discussions, when the drivers want the judges to give them some instructions, what to do and what not to do, the judges are trying to avoid it. They say there are criteria. This is the speed. If it has to grow, it must grow. Whatever you press, whatever you do, even if you press, I don't know, anything, this is your business. This is up to you. If your speed is predictable for the chaser, you're doing the right thing. And even though Dmitry Yermokhin was correcting his car with the left foot, his speed was still steady, which means that he did everything correctly. Maybe it would have been better if the angle was growing. It didn't happen, but it is still fine. 2 penalties of 3 points for the line, and this is how much he's got left. This is 86. 86 points for Dmitry Yermokhin. And let's get this 6 points back, and it could be 92, which didn't happen. Denis Migal, who trained on board his Lexus V8 on Thursday, and we thought that he might want to ride it. But no, this is Supra A90. This is the driver and the creator of Fresh Auto. Denis Migal, a very aggressive run in, and wow, there are some problems at the initiation. It looks like the car didn't really want to gain the angle, and some problems in touch and go 3. But this is not the time for Denis to think about it. He's already in the apex. Through touch and go 6, he is doing a transition, and then he is running on a slightly narrow line. And he collects 2 last inner clips, and it gives me a strange impression. It sometimes happens when the pressure in the tires is wrong. Which could be the reason, because then the driver feels some asynchronization. It looks like at the initiation, the car simply got stuck. Even though the speed was absolutely fine, 140 kilometers per hour, regardless of all its smoke and all those special effects. It looks like in about touch and go 7, Denis managed to get touch and go 7/1, then skip 7/2, then take 7/3, but then the wheel began to slip and it got in the no-go zone, which will of course cause some serious penalties. And in some places he did touch the places he is not supposed to touch with his wheels, and the angle wasn't very big, so of course this is not a backward, but it was like 59 degrees. Formally it is big angle, but it is not as big as it could be. But generally the entire initiation ran just simply wrongly. The car was just not moving. The car didn't want to spin around, didn't want to turn. Now let's take a look at what was happening inside the car. This is little flip, gear 3, and it looks just simply strange. On one hand, we see what Denis was doing. On one hand, he is doing everything at the same place, but there's no result. Maybe, really, he accounted for less grip, because it sometimes also happens when you don't hit the right pressure. And speaking about laying long tires, This is a very stable, a very good tire, and it doesn't really stick like this. It does happen, of course, but it doesn't happen very often. This is a rare situation because this tire can slide. This tire makes it comfortable to control the car, and I remind you that Ling Long Company is also our official partner that provides us with the tires for racing, or supplies us, let's say so, supplies us the tires for racing. This is Denis Sarakaput demonstrating how well he feels. But Denis, yes, Denis needs to think more about it. Touch and go 3, -3 points. -2 for touch and go 7, +1 wheel was outside. But for the style, everything is okay. 82.5 points. Considering everything said above, the result is pretty good. And as we usually say in such situations, it is very clear what to correct. Denis Sarakaput from Lukoil Racing Drift Team. This team is unique not only with its racing achievements, but also by the fact that out of 3 BMWs, 2 are right-handed. I don't think that this is what they intended to do, but Mr. Kaput is doing the initiation. He presses it very, very late, but before it also wasn't possible for him to do. He's in the slowest part of the track and he presses the pedal at the right moment. He gains speed to touch and go 4 and 5, touch and go 6, transition to touch and goes number 7, and then the 2 last ones, the 2 last control points, and then the finish. I also noticed that Denis Sarkapou didn't really practice much. I think that he just knew what to do here and how. But that was spectacular. That was good if it was a Fury Dash battle. But this is a qualifying run, number 1, which means that this spectacular backward with a late acceleration press will definitely entail some penalty from the judges. This is inevitable. This is something you cannot run away from. 107.3. This is, of course, followed by a correction. This is the best way of ruining your first sector. Yes, it does look great, of course, it looks super, but for the score, it will carry very serious consequences. But it is also worthwhile noticing that generally the run was okay. Generally, the run was okay, which is already a miracle after 107 degrees and this sliding into nowhere, because since at that moment the driver is turning into a passenger, he only has to wait for that view to open in front of you, and you know, anything might happen in the way. You may turn more than you wanted to, or you may get a grip on the asphalt and stick. But, well, it definitely deserves your applause, because, well, this is risk, and the only reward Denis will get for this is your applause. But, well, this is the insanity of the brave. And this is something to praise. Yeah, you see that even the driver's neck cannot turn that much. And this is because the driver is not an owl, and the driver is not an owl because also there is a head and neck retaining system, and the security is our first priority. We're using all the safety technologies, and it looks like we see some blue skies, because yesterday it looked very symbolic when yesterday during the evening briefing Dmitry Dobrovolsky said, let's do something for the rain not to happen, and immediately it began. And we were like, well, okay, let it happen today, not tomorrow. Which we mean yesterday, not today, because the rain always ruins all the judges' task. The speed control points and everything leaves the chat immediately. But now, here you see, angle, first sector, -5, commitment, -7, -12 points was lost for nothing. And this is the total result of 79 points. It is still good, but imagine that this 12 hasn't been lost. This is a 90 plus. Well, anyway, there would have been some loss anyway, but even if he had a proper initiation of 90 degrees, it would have been much, much better. Now, Sergei Sakol bought his Nissan Silvia S15, representing Avtoban IMO. A part of this team is in this group. Sergei Sakon, his first run, very carefully angle-wise, and then the car immediately spinned. This is a zero. This is a zero, and this is a strange thing. This is almost impossible to explain with anything but some misconception of the asphalt. It looks like there is no grip that Sergei Sak was counting for, because he kind of pushed his car with the gas, with the acceleration pedal, but instead of pushing off where it was being pushed, the car just spinned. This is almost a winter thing. It looked like, you know, there are such situations that happen to the cars of forward racing, but not on Weissfab suspension. And I was really surprised to see that maybe something is wrong with the car. By the way, speaking about Weissfab, this is Roman Tivadar. And Roma Tivadar is the person who basically did this experiment. And Sergei Kuznetsov, very worried, is waiting for his turn. Sergei is in the last group, in group 4, the adult group, let's say so, with all the leaders of the championship. So Sergei Kuznetsov is now in the personal rating top, even though he's also a rookie. This year we've got some really amazing rookies. The rookies year, Artyom Shabanov is the leader, and Sergei Kuznetsov is not very far away, because he also had to make friends with a very specific car, which also in the process was redeveloped. And this is Vladislav Popov on your screens. Number 11, Nissan 350Z. This is the team called ADV Evolution Yuka by Держимый Motorsport. And here the light goes green. And now Vlad Popov, who I remind you has already won a qualifying round this season, will try to do the same here at the Red Ring. Why not? 2 inner clips have been taken. Not bad. And also this is quite a good speed for the slow part. Here you can see the speed difference. Then in transition to touch and go 7, and then he spins the car around a little miss shot, and then the 2 inner clips, 2.7/3. Everything looked very, very well. Everything looked like Nikita Shikov's run in many ways. 138 kilometers per hour the run, and then he presses the accelerator at the right moment, slows down with the left foot before touch and go 2. Very stable work, very careful work with the angle. And we shouldn't also forget that we've got an intermediary, the camera, so some of the corrections may not be visible. This handbrake is not something serious after touch and go number 7, because there you're allowed it. The judges said it specifically. You can slow down with anything you want. He didn't reduce the angle too small. This is the only thing that I would notice. But well, such things also happen, and since it does, it doesn't even have to be penalized. The speed is very good. The speed gain is very good. I don't know who trained the Z to push off this way, but I really like how he ran at a speed of 55 kilometers per hour at the minimum of 45, and then there's very steady speed growth to 80. This was really great to see. Angle-wise, I'm afraid there may be some questions, also fluidity-wise, because some of the transitions were a little uneven. But this is what you see in drift dynamics. When you see the same one run after another, when you see something different, you suspect that something might be interpreted by the judges as a mistake. Okay, as far as the angle in touch and go 7 is concerned, it was almost 80 degrees, and in touch and go 8 it has to be small, but it was 49 degrees, also pretty close to the target values, very, very close. So, and we expect to see the result as soon as possible. I remind you that the qualifying leader is Nikita Shikov with the result of 94.5, and 1 wheel outside too bad. This is gonna be -2. But let's check it out here. No, we haven't got there. Now the temperature is a +11. Pretty cold. Okay, oh, the angle in the second sector, -3.5. That is sad. It looks like no, this was near the apex. Interesting. So this is 88.5 points. Good result for Vladislav Popov. This is third line in the rating, just like his friend Vladislav Yerapiev. Also, the car is similar in a way. At least it is built by the same workshop. And this is the driver who is irradiating optimism. The guy who has become the regular visitor of setup benches. The gas distribution mechanism on the hood of this F-22 has been reviewed. It looked like the problem was in the original parts. And now the body kit part tried to go off, but still it didn't spoil anything for the vice champion of RDS GP. Anton Kozlov was already in the slowest part of the track, touch and go 4 and 5, through touch and go 6, the inner touch and go. He is making a clear transition into touch and go 7, and another transition. This is the last one. Just press the finish, and what can I say? Anton hasn't done such things in the trainings. Carville Racing is having a great time today. Also, I know that his rear subframe has been reviewed to raise the reductor a little higher because it was almost lying on the ground, causing some discomfort, because when you are catching on the asphalt with some parts of the car, then of course you feel the vibrations and the shock. But as Anton said, still it makes flashes. Almost like Formula 1, but Formula 1 has special titanium plates. It looks like -2, or maybe I would say no. But well, looks like doesn't mean that it is, because it looks like the wheel was catching on the line very slightly. This was a very good transition, very restricted space. I don't know how Anton Kozlov feels a dotted line, but he presses the accelerator right in it. And do you remember that old school switch, the one with the little thingy? And like the Boeing cabin is all laden with such little switches. And just like the switch changes position, this is exactly the style of Anton Kozlov. Very spectacular, very beautiful, and judging by all of that, some symbiosis between the car and the driver begins. This is what they have learned this far. 141 was the initiation speed, then 54 where it has to be over 45. So he's approximately 10 kilometers per hour faster than he should be to get a result. So this is very good. The speed is really high. It's nice to see. But, well, now we've got to see what the judges think about it. I guess this is the right time for this judge's decision. And I think that they are ready, but not exactly. Oh, no, they are. Okay, so here it is. 0.5, quite a good result. The general is 30 for the line, 27.5 and 37. Yeah, so this is 94.5 in the first run. Immediately, Anton Kozlov repeats the best result of Nikita Shikov, 94.5. Nikita is still the leader of the qualifying because Anton Kozlov hasn't done his second run yet. Only after that we will be able to rank the drivers correctly. And of course, if no one of the next group can come up with something interesting. Vladislav Yerafiev is on his second run. He represents Stavropol region, formerly number 2370Z. The first touch and go is left behind, then he presses the accelerator and gets one wheel in the no-go zone. We will see how deep it was. Then the slowest, the longest of the segments, touch and go 4, touch and go 5 through 6 to the transition. Wow. If not one wheel, I would have said wow even more. But now it was just temporary. And now the last clip was also kind of frivolous. But this is exactly the situation when he needs some more experience, and this expressiveness is achieved by sacrificing precision, because to be both spectacular and precise, you've got to be very well coordinated in your hands and feet, because when you've got more speed, when the transitions are sharper, it becomes much more difficult to aim at certain elements of the track. And this is the reason why some of these details occur, such as getting outside the track, missing the reference points. So we saw it all done by Vladislav Yerofeev. The angle at the initiation was slightly better. The initiation, the speed was around 68 degrees. In the second clip, according to the run, according to the task, it has to be less. I don't know whether it was too late or too early, but something was wrong at the moment of the transition. He cut through the no-go zone too much, which broke it all. He went diagonally, and for this reason, he had to add more angle at the transition. And also, it's not a fact that he wasn't in the second no-go zone. There's one more thing, that even though there are some formal speed criteria prescribing where it has to be below or over something, there is a thing that is more complicated to understand, which is dynamics. The dynamics of the speed changes, and since Vlad got too much carried away with the angles, it still didn't fall below a certain threshold. But if we extrapolate it all to tandem run reality, we will see what kind of problems it could create for the chaser. And the judges said that we shouldn't be surprised with the commitment penalization, because this is when it happens. Why is the angle small here, according to the task? For the speed to be predictable for the chaser. Of course, it is gradually falling, but still, everything has to be predictable. It all smells like surprises, but first of all, this line and touch and go 3, the inner touch and go 3, was taken in the wrong way. I mean, it wasn't taken. The inner touch and go has to be taken with the inner front wheel. So if this is a left turn, then it has to be a left wheel, and to the right wheel. And Vladislav Yerofeev went right, but the wheel was left, which is basically a violation, so it would be counted. Partially, this is why these clips are so valuable. They're supposed to be taken with a certain wheel. You see, the driver doesn't usually see where he is in this mark, because there are no transparent cars. The outside touch and goes are not a reason not to count touch and goes, because if at least one of the rear wheels, any one, is there, then it will be counted as taken. And I don't know why I haven't seen any outside cameras that would be showing the blind zones. For I know it's not that easy to use and to do, but I think in the practice you can use it to control the position of your front bumper or your front wheel in relation to the marking on the asphalt, like a self-spotting solution. And yes, yeah, it was considered taken. So this is a total of 84.5. Yeah, so there is no improvement, unfortunately. Okay, so Vladislav Yerofeev finishes his performance in the qualifying of the 6th stage of RDS GP 2024, and Dmitry Yermokhin continues his performance. His second run, and this is... It looks like Dmitry Yermokhin needs a little bit more aggression. This is why he makes some strange impression, even though the run was productive. He spins his car around in the initiation zone, and then he starts steering out. It looked a little bit problematic. Yes, he has a problem, obviously. Yeah, so there are some problems going on. It's good that the first run was productive. It's good that the first run was productive, and it looks like there were some problems with the car, and unfortunately I couldn't see. Someone is not doing the second run. I guess I know. We've got front wheel warm-up. The participants are given an additional lap to run, and then also this is how they can warm up their tires, because the burnout area is very small here and there is no space to warm up your front tires. To keep your front axle really well, you need to draw some big circles. There is also a very short line, the guys were said, and you can warm yourself up with these big movements to keep your front tires warm, to keep your grip strong, because it is also pretty windy, and it also influences the temperature and the grip of the asphalt. Denis Miguel has 82.5 points for the first run, and once again the initiation is not as hard, but it looks more predictable, at least visually. Then transition number 2 into the slowest part of the track, and here Denis presses the right hand pedal, the accelerator. Then he lets it go a little. Then there is a transition to actually go 7 on the white line. I wish there was no spinning done. And then he goes away to the one but last transition, and it slightly ruined the impression. Something was wrong with the initiation. Something was going wrong. He looked too cautious, maybe, in a way, but at the same time, this is also a way of sending your car off to the scored section of the track. Denis will be penalized for that, but comparing himself to another Denis Sarakaput, this is better for a result. I think this method is more predictable, but once again, if Denis's opponent decides to make a super ultra aggressive initiation, it may be a bad surprise, but on the other hand, as a chaser, you shouldn't invent anything too hard, because, well, after all, everyone has got spotters already, and everyone has been watching their opponents, their potential opponents, and everyone understands what to expect from this or that driver. He hardly stepped over that border between medium and large angle. It looks like he is very careful with this resource, I mean exchanging speed for the angle. And in the place where the speed had to be 70, it was almost 90. This is once again something for the opponents to consider, because if you get too much carried away with angles, maybe not backwards, but something more or less spectacular, Denis may simply run away, quite far away, and then before touching go 4, you wouldn't be able to catch up with him. And also, if the driver is aware that he is not keeping up with the leader, he begins running after, and it creates a dynamic asynchronization, due to which the chaser may find himself in an absolutely wrong position and will therefore cause some bad consequences. And here he had to go basically through touch and go 8, which is not the best way to do it, not the best from the point of view of scoring. We're waiting for the grades. Together with Denis and his team, we will see Denis's friends in the last group, because they are the main competitors of Artyom Shabanov in the personal rating. But now you can see quite a good result. Sector number 3 was ruined both in the angle and the commitment, and the first sector was absolutely perfect, because the formal criteria have been fulfilled. And this is still 94 points. Yeah, so this is very, very good baggage. So this is when the disbalance between the spectacularity and effectiveness has turned around. This is very good score. Everything is on the screen. Enjoy. Denis Sarakaput, representing Lukoil Racing Drift Team. Second run, and the first one he had 79 and over 100 degrees, and something has to be done about it. Now it's less than 100, I'm absolutely sure, even though he had to control the spinning of his car, and then he is late with pressing the accelerator. Then he reduces the angle at the exit. So let's see what Anton Novikov thinks about it. In the meanwhile, what a spectacular two-pedal drift. I haven't seen it such drifting today yet, but most importantly, the run is over and it is productive. And this is the end of the qualifying for Denis Sarakaput. And now we begin the analysis. It looks like he added a little bit of angle, maybe late with the accelerator. Here there will be a handbrake, and now look for how long he's been pulling it. Then I have a little doubt that something might have happened to the car, because there was very little smoke, and then I was like, well, no, everything looks fine, it looks okay. Maybe there is some heroic effort of Denis Sarakaput that kept him up throughout the run, or maybe even this left foot braking was caused by some of these difficulties. But this is nothing but my guesses, which may be either confirmed or maybe it can be upturned during the break when we have the drivers' parade, because we will do a pre-race show, we will take short conversations with our drivers. But now what we can see is that Denis Sarakaput wasn't really flawless. This is the slower part of the run, when the angle is medium, 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 then you have to reduce it to small. And there Denis first went on 70 plus degrees, which is more than the initiation, using the handbrake. Then he has been reducing it to 23 degrees, which is, well, too little. It looked as though there was some power loss, and the smoke was very, very thin, and then everything started running. So it looked like either some little eclipse in the electronic brain of the car, or maybe some of the gears, like gear 3 was out, and maybe had to look for alternatives. But still, this is 86 points for Denis Sarakaput. He improves his result, and it's pretty considerable. So congratulations to Denis. But this young man called Sergei Sak has got to make a series of improvement, because in the first run he hasn't got a thing. So let's keep our fingers crossed for Sergei Sak. We wish him to get to the finish with a non-zero result. And here is the S15 Forward Racing is already at the initiation sector. The touch and go is not behind. Here he gets to touch and go 2 and collects touch and go 3, and then there's transition to the slower sector, the apex, and the car is shifting inward, but Sergei is taking the situation under control and works through it very well, including touch and go 7. There are 2 inner clips left, and just several meters are left to the finish. Whoa, bravo to Sergei. Sergei has been complaining of the power deficit, only 700 horsepower, as he said. And he said it wasn't enough for comfortable drifting. He said that he had to use various kinds of tricks, like a short main pair, due to which the wheel speed was not very high. So the range happens to be pretty little, and therefore it is quite hard to control this kind of a car. This is what he explained to me yesterday. He said that he hasn't had a proper practice run here, and I guess I haven't seen any of them, because, well, of course I cannot watch all 100% of practice, but I could tell that he was having a hard time. But after a break in his career, he had to get back to his level. Of course, it takes a while. You cannot do it in a moment, especially when a car brings you such surprises. You shouldn't also forget that Sergei also had to change the car, and even though these platforms S15 and S14 have a lot in common, the characters of these cars are different. And everything is, well, pretty well here. Yes, there are some questions in the first sector, but, well, the line and the angle are really great. This is 90.5, congratulations. Also, plus, this is a self-saving session. This far, we've got everyone here. Group number 2 has almost finished its performance. Now, Vladislav Popov had on the 88.5 points for the first run. And now the driver of Evolution Yuka ADV by Держими Motorsport is about to go on the second run. Because his first run could take him to a 90-plus club, but one bad mistake ruined it. Unfortunately, there is a problem in touch and go 4, and then he shifts in the 350Z. Once again, it doesn't allow him to go through touch and go 5 in a perfect way. He is on the edge in touch and go 7, and he cannot pick touch and go 8, but he takes 9, but this cost him less score. So if we see an improvement, it will be not as much as we want to see. But everything began from the initiation. Judging by the position of the car, one wheel was still outside near touch and go 6/3, and this is about third touch and go, which is inside. But generally speaking, obviously, Vladislav Popov was trying really hard to show us a very aggressive and high quality run. But at a certain point, the situation went out of control. This is a young driver of Evolution Yuka ADV by Держими Motorsport. You can tell that this is a speed of 60 kilometers per hour. Kilometers per hour. Yeah, kilometers. Kilometers per hour measured by the speedometer. So here we can say that in this place, in the apex, the wheel outside the track was not registered. And here we can see this moment, this situation, when he was trying until the very end to make it to the touch and go. He was about to miss, and this is when the drivers start looking at the clip, which is almost impossible to reach, instead of looking at where they have to go. And this is where the problems begin. This is why they've got less speed and more angle, and this brings them the penalization also for the angle and for the style. Okay, we're waiting for the score. But what happened to the speed? Once again, everything is okay, which we cannot say about other criteria. 140 degrees at the run-in, and then where it has to be over 70, it was 78.5. Then I'm just looking at the diagram and telling you and reporting it to you. Where it has to be 45, it was 55.8. Then there is very solid growth. So no problems with the speed whatsoever. But you see, speed also matters, because there is no drifting without speed. But there are 2 missed inner clips, which is -6, 2 more points penalty for the wheel. And with the rest of the score, it is also not as good. So there is no improvement. It is 83 points for the second run. Here comes the question. Who will be the leader at the equator of the qualifying? This guy, Anton Kozlov, or his friend, Nikita Shikov? Here, Nikita Shikov cannot change anything, but Anton still can. So if he makes it better than 84 points, he will become the leader of the qualifying, at least for a while. Anton Kozlov is doing a furidashi, and he begins running on the squirt section of the track. Then a transition, another one. There he's got to color. That should go 4, that should go 5. In the smoke, we cannot see how precisely he hits all the elements of the judge's task. Another transition to touch and go 7, and then 2 inner clips separate Anton Kozlov from the finish. A lot of aggression here. I don't know if he gets to touch and go 9, but I think that it's enough of mistakes to not to take what he had to take. But we will watch and see. The wheel angles look pretty extreme. They are like X-shaped. The front ones are very open. The rear ones are very closed. Of course, it is all done for better controllability of the car in drifting. In touch and go 9, the question still remains open. In touch and go 2, I have no questions whatsoever. You can tell that the front left wheel wasn't there in that spot, and Anton Kozlov, apart from the this natural break that we will have another break due to the necessity to refresh the marking on the asphalt, because the tires erase the lines, and if the lines are not visible, it is hard for the judges to do their work. And I would like to remark that the car of Anton Kozlov even looks differently on the track. Now it's kind of less heavy. It makes a less heavy impression, because at the beginning of the season you could tell that Anton feels very uncomfortable. And now it looks like he found the right settings due to the geometry of suspension. It looks like he finally discovered the right way, the right position. So now the car has found its harmony. I guess this may be the transverse stability stabilizers, because now you can see this proper articulation. And yesterday, as we spoke to Anton, I noticed this very considerable stabilizer, which also has lots of various options of setup. And now you can see that the sky is getting blue, and we will now take a look at the score of Anton Kozlov. Touch and go 2 was missed, which is -3 points. And also, will he become a new leader? Yes, I think he will be, because he's got 91.5 points. And now we go on a short break with a new qualifying leader. And this is the driver of Carville Racing, Anton Kozlov.
Мы любим спорт за моменты драйва. Моменты впечатляющего мастерства. Моменты запредельных эмоций. За моменты, которые становятся историей. Мы соединили моменты спорта и истории, которыми они становятся. И все для того, чтобы делать спорт лучше.
У тебя форма есть? Тебе для запекания? Тебе для приседания. Попробуй. Вот так вот. И так.
Пробное занятие понравилось, но на абонемент копите накопительный ВТБ счет.
Регулярно пополняй и накопишь на 16% быстрее.
А почему еще не в форме?
Крутим долг.
А копим быстро.
Откройте накопительный ВТБ-счет со ставкой 16%. ВТБ. Вместе все получится.
Вы все время в движении? Читайте Автомейл.ру. Это портал про автомобили и для автомобилистов. Здесь все самые важные новости о машинах, премьеры и тест-драйвы, штрафы и полезные статьи с советами, путешествия и истории. Будь в движении. Заходи на Автомейл.ру и читай про главные автомобильные события.
Level Kitchen безграничен. Level Kitchen безграничен. Level Kitchen вкус отличен. На уровень новый мы поднимаем питание. У нас все готово, продумано все заранее. На новый уровень, на новый level. Level Kitchen доставим где бы ты не был.
Если радио, то максимум.
Куда приведет тебя спорт? К экрану? К любимой команде? Или в спортзал? К клавиатуре? На ринг? Или на стадион? Все пути открыты с чемпионат.ком.
Таймап – это больше, чем дрифт. Это новая история. Это время первых.
Вот команда Таймап выходит на первый этап этого сезона.
Таймап. Дальше. Больше.
And we're back to the Red Ring. We're back on air. We're waiting for the qualifying round to continue. And our technical service is now leaving the track. And we can tell you that everything is now very well visible. Everything is very colorful, even though the lines are white. But we know that this is the color that encompasses all the colors. But we want to remind you that we have some very good friends. Our general sponsor, VTB Bank, the official sponsor of the competition, is IMOL Premium Oil Manufacturer. And the official sponsor is the heavy-duty resistant grippy tires. Ling Long, and our official health sponsor, Level Kitchen. The good nutrition has to be delicious, no matter whether you want to gain muscle or lose weight. Level Kitchen is ready to deliver you food for the entire day. And our third group is beginning its performance, very actively preparing for the qualifying runs. And the further, the better, the more successful drivers are appearing. According to our new procedure, our drivers go exactly in the same order as they are in the personal ratings, and this is very strongly adhered to. And with every next run, with every next group, we see better and better drivers. Interestingly, Roman Tivadar is only in the third group, not in the fourth. So this doesn't really match the reality we are used to. Grigory Burlutsky appeared twice in our screens. He has just finished his warm-up run, warming up his front tires that we told you about previously. This is a big question whether it makes sense to go on these warm-up runs, but we have already given you all the information, because warming up the front tires in any other way on this track is not really possible. Which means that in Carville Racing, Grigory Burlutsky is the most successful driver this far. Well, nothing surprising, because we're now dealing with the winner of RDS Europe, the defending RDS Europe champion, the Russian Cup winner, I mean the rally, Russian Cup prize winner, sorry, not champion, and circuit racing champion of Russia, a driver with extremely rich motorsports biography. And this is his first full RDSGP season, not just single appearances, but full-scale season. Different headlights on this F22, but still, this is a great run and perfect initiation, almost no correction. He takes two inner clips, and then he's got to run in a more intensive way, which he gradually does through touch and go 6. To the next transition, touch and go 7 are collected in a perfect way in the last two inner clips, and this is the finish. And this is a very good attempt. We only have to understand what the judges think about it. This was very dynamic one, 136 kilometers per hour. That is what you need not to get any penalty. The angle in the first several meters was fluctuating after the initiation. And you could see that the car body was rocking from side to side a little bit. And line-wise, everything looked very precise, very lean. And in the speed point of view, visually, it looked very dynamic. But what does Drift Dynamics system say to us? And here's what it says. At the initiation, the angle was very good. But we could see it in the example of Nismigal. This accuracy doesn't really mean lack of penalization. This is a very good example that every driver has to take a look at their potential opponent's run and see what the judges say about it. After the first transition, the angle was slightly larger than required. It reached 72 degrees. And it didn't really affect the speed. Grigory Burlutsky did fulfill all the requirements. In the second sector, still the angle was compromised. It played against the champion of RDS Europe. And now he is getting closer to his teammates. And I repeat that this is still only his first attempt. And as our participants say, they say a joke. They say that not to hit each other, you've got to take top 3 places in the qualifying. So probably Carville racing drivers are striving to do that. Anton Klimkov from St. Petersburg. And he is now performing on his own, even though he was a driver of Carville Racing before. Oh, wow, that was an impressive initiation. But there were some corrections. 2 transitions left behind, and then he is pressing the right-hand pedal. And now you can see that this is a curve, and he is sliding along 2 inner clips in a row, crowning up the scored section of the track. And this is the end of the first round of Anton Klimkov. This is a breakthrough season for this guy. In his home stage, he got in top 4. And this is why he is positioned so high in personal ratings. And let's get back to F22 headlights topic. If Grigory Burlutsky has got different headlights, Anton Klimkov has got only one, because yesterday he was actively attacking Denis Migal, and he broke one of the headlights, lost an eye, but he wasn't even upset. Oh, that's okay, he said. I've had these headlights for ages, so it was time to upgrade them after all. So this is the Evgeny Losov style initiation with some little corrections, some little things. You can see that in the service park is very, very close from here. Anton Klimkov has got 2 cars in his tent. One is for summer and another is for winter. It looks like Anton Klimkov took his winter car for some natural cataclysms. Well, that's a joke, because he didn't really register this car for the competition. He simply put it out for display. In fact, regardless of this aggressive view, it was 86.6 degrees, not even a backward. Then there was a correction to 54. That is a problem. But the speed, once again, well, didn't fall below 70. It was 81, 82 kilometers per hour. So he kind of made his destiny a little harder, but not really ruin it completely. And then there were some more angle corrections, especially in the apex part. But as far as the line was concerned, everything was okay. And now here comes the procedure that doesn't occur that often. The front tire pressure. Here Anton Klimkov is greeting Anton Klimkov, Grigory Burlutsky. It looks like they've just had the tandem run. Oh, wow, 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 wow! This is something. Up for this correction, he's got only 1 point deduction. And this makes a total of 97. We've got a new qualifying leader, ladies and gentlemen. This is a statement. Today, St. Petersburg drivers are certainly having the best of it. But this is a true St. Petersburg weather. This is very typical. This wind, these clouds and everything. This rain that is about to start, or maybe not. Here comes Ran Tivadar, the guy who comes from Sochi. He is not used to such weather. On board his Silvia S15, representing Takayama Forward Auto. Traditionally, Roman Tivadar is one of the fastest drivers. He's got the best transitions ever. Let's see what he can show us this time. And the first and the second sector, which is about to get started. Now they run through touch and go 5. Now this is the big 95-meter curve. This is already touch and go 7, which means that there are only 2 left. 1 inner clip to the finish. Very convincing, a very convincing run. And I think it looked not worse than the previous. Let's see what happens with the score. I really liked the touch and go 7, touch and go 8. And let me tell you what exactly I liked there. There was a small correction. And I think that whatever happened there can also affect the score. But Roman Tivadar was very careful with the angles. You can see that he reduces it according to the task. Then he makes a careful transition. Then he hits touch and go 8. And, well, the dynamics of the run was very very active, I would say. Roma also likes setting up his suspension in such a way that it runs very smoothly. I think it gives you a big advantage when the asphalt is not too hot. It keeps you steady. Also, he shifted for his favorite wise fob suspension, which has been noted before. We noticed how comfortable it is for him. But generally, this is a hard season for Roman. We are used to seeing his on a podium on a very regular basis. In his first season, 2020, he won the Igora Drive event. It was a new autodrome for everyone. And then he repeated this success at Moscow Raceway, the reverse configuration, and we started calling him the main reverse configuration expert. But then something like an eclipse fell on him. Even though visually all the components are still with him, but looks like fortune has turned her back on him. As far as the Red Ring performance is concerned, this is the 4th time Roman Tivadar is competing here, and he has been to the podium here. And I remember that the local public really didn't approve of that. Before, he was in top 4, he was in the 4th place, and then he was in the 3rd, and he was in the 4th place in 2021. So for Roma, this track is quite a good one. He is lucky here. Once in top 4, 3 times on the podium, out of 4 times. Isn't it great? And this is a very, very solid run. And why Roman wasn't really welcome on the podium? Because Evgeny Losyev was left without the podium. And Evgeny Losyev is, of course, a local favorite. It's 96.5, so visually it didn't really look worse than Anton, but, well, this is what it was like. Well, it's not 97, but 96.5 for the first run is a good reason for a good round of applause. Leonid Schneider, in the meanwhile, driver from Krasnoyarsk, and Time Up, also a local team that he founded, on board his Mark II with a sound system that he just installed. Okay, now let's take a look what he can do and where this car can take him. And also his aggression that he showed during yesterday's practice that was splashing out. What can it do to him? Will it bring him to success or not? The smoke is coming out from just literally everywhere. This is absolutely amazing. And Leonid Schneider is already in touch and go 7. Only 2 inner clips left. And he is slightly oversteered in touch and go 8. I wonder what Anton Novikov thinks about it. Let's see replays. As Artyom Shabanov once said after going in tandem with Leonid Schneider, he said, I wonder how his car can generally stand this driving style. Because, you know, this is hyper-aggression. He misses touch and go 3, by the way. He goes in a square line, and he still fails to push his right front wheel into that little rectangle. And, well, here he had to work it with his steering wheel, catching up with his car that decided to get out of control. But the driver still kept it down, his red and white horse, and finally it found its way to the correct line. As far as the speed is concerned, well, the Drift Dynamics gives some good results, good figures. Everything looked good, didn't contradict with the task, but I wonder what happened with the speed before touch and go 3, because it looked like there was too little speed. It looks like he has brought too much of speed there. Or maybe not. It doesn't look like something over the top, but maybe after such an aggressive beginning of 140 kilometers per hour, maybe subjectively it could create such an impression. Or maybe this is also about the car size, because it also makes an impact on the way you perceive its dynamics. So maybe we have seen several F-22s and they are more compact. Maybe this is the reason why they look a little bit more agile. But the GPS, the merciless GPS, says that the speed was absolutely okay. He's got 3 points deduction for touch and go 3 that he missed, and 1.5 for the angles in the second sector. And this is the slower part of the track, and this is the general result, 93, which is a very good one. And by the way, the third group is now running very well. No one has been had less than 93. Grigory Burlutsky and Leonid Schneider have got 93. Let's see whether Ilya Popov from Evolution UK ADV by Держимый Motorsport from Sochi can do the same. Ilya Popov is slightly little bit more successful than his brother this season, but his brother has got a victory already. And one touch and go is already taken, and he fixes the angle. There are some little variations, but I don't think that it will cause any serious penalization. In the meanwhile, the 370Z is in the apex of the track. Then he goes to touch and go 6 and to touch and go 7. 2 clips left until the finish. Very, very hard ones, by the way, especially touch and go 8. But no adventures whatsoever. And it could be also a 90 plus. At least it does look like that. Very careful initiation on one hand. On the other, many times we have seen that this carefulness is an advantage or a zero. I mean, from the point of view of penalization. And it was quite a dynamic run. And here the situation will be pretty curious, because if we don't go deep into drift dynamics, all the runs will be very similar to each other. And even if we do that deeply, they're still very similar. I think we should even stop looking at that, because, well, okay, beautiful angle graphs, great. But to be fair, the judges do not really use the drift dynamics to give out a score. They rely more on their experience and what they see with their eyes. And from this angle, you can see it well. Moreover, the judges' tower is located in such a way that they can see all the corrections. And also, all those who have the C1 stance tickets, even though it's pretty far to walk to. But, well, let's recall Igora Drive in St. Petersburg. It is all relatively very close. But this is a great chance to see everyone from the same direction that the judges see it. Here we could see the 2-point penalization for the line. And this is still 94. 90 plus parade. Isn't it great? But this is the time, because traditionally we see at least over 15 90 plus runs every time at every event. So we shouldn't be surprised about it. Now, Andrei Astapov from Lukoil Racing Drift Team. The Lukoil guys are scattered all around, all over, through all the groups. This is a driver who used to be in the 3rd place, nowadays Siberia. Andrei Astapov, and his first run here. And here the braking system was used, and you could see it very well. 2 transitions are done, and then he begins working through touch and go number 4. And yes, the 2 5s right after. And through the inner clip, he is running to this curve. 40 meters along the outside edge of the track, and the last transition, the last one, number 9, clip number 9. This was good. And this is also very good. This is also great generally. Generally, we should say that commenting on these qualifying runs is getting harder and harder, which means that the drivers are doing more and more stable job, and they're all very close to each other in the terms of quality. But I would like to point out the accelerator operation of Andrei Astapov. How much proactively he presses them. He presses the accelerator. The wheel was still on the white line. It remained within the track. And from this replay, this is the impression that I've got. You can see that he pressed it before the dotted line. Everything is great. And from this angle, you can see his angle work. It was just amazingly stable. I think that drift dynamics will, of course, show some variations. But, you know, I've been looking at these 90-plus runs, one after another, and I think no one has approached the Anton Bitrienko angle absolute. No one has got that close. Or maybe Anton Novikov is holding some reserve for the last group when all the drifting monsters from Fresh Racing will come. Some of them are like members of Hyper Elite Red Ring Club, let's say. So I remember how James Dean was proud for running over all the Siberians at the Red Ring. He said that it was one of the most important victories in his life. Of course, maybe he wanted to flatter the local public, but back then it was only 97 points for James Dean. It was enough to win the qualifying. As far as the winners, event winners of the Red Ring are concerned, the only non-Siberian who has won here was actually James Dean, which is why he became the honored Siberian, perhaps. He also came in winter to drift on Lada, and he had a lot of fun here, and he really loved it here. He said he had a great time. But yeah, because this is not Oman, where he wins one year after another. Yes, here there's a lot of competition. There are lots of world drifting stars who came here and left without tasting the champagne. And by the way, speaking about the winners of the Red Ring, no one has ever held more than one victory here. Arkady Tseregradzev has got one, Georgy Chevchan has got one, then there's Damir Dyaturin and Yevgeny Losev, our Siberian top 4. And wow! Hello! Could you please scoot over if there is no data transfer problem? 29.5, so Anton Kremko is still the reference. 98.5. And Andreas Tapov is the leader of the qualifying of the 6th stage of RTSGP 2024. But this is only his first run. There is still a lot for us to see, to understand, and to feel. I'm sorry, to see and to feel. Maxim Grossman, who has been performing very well during the practice session, and he deserved lots of good feedback from our judges. Let's see whether he can do it just as well this time. He's running in and performing the Fury Dash, and then he's pressing the accelerator pedal, collecting both inner clips at the border between the first and the second sector. Then he's screwing into the next sector of the track, maybe running a little bit narrowly but with no damage to the line. We'll see it later from another angle. In the meanwhile, Grossman is getting to touch and go 7, leaving some little margin. The 2 last clips, and he gets it. So let's get to the analysis mode. At a certain point, I took a big breath in, and I couldn't really breathe out until I saw how he collects touch and go 7, because I was really feasting my eyes on the performance of Maxim Grossman, just like Andreas Damov, Anton Kremko, Grigory Burlutsky. All the previous ones were in real eye candy, but this run was mesmerizing. This was very beautiful, and I was really worried if he could miss any of touch and go 7, but still he got them on the edge. But he was inside the square, not even on its lines. So if we can see the apex from this angle, I'm really interested in seeing what is there, because the line looked a little narrow, but not as much as to get penalized for it. But well, no, it looks very solid. I think that 4/2 is a little question. Maxim Grossman joined RTSGP as a regular participant not so long ago, but even in this short journey, even with his huge experience, I noticed that he becomes a grandmaster. He gains this grandmaster vibe about him. So whatever haste he had around him, it's like gone. All of his movements have become more harmonic and balanced and graceful. Oh wow, this is Ivan Palmin on the sticker inside Grigory Burlutsky's car. Yeah, it makes sense. The friendly support. So let's get back to Maxim Grossman and his driving style. During this time, the cars of Time Up have changed a lot. Now they've got the Altezza type wise fob that makes it possible to drive the car in a more efficient way. There's more turnout, and the car becomes more and more comfortable for driving. And Maxim told me that last season, in the beginning of this one, he had some difficulty. Well, he even got in the trailer we've got to set the cars up and we've got to understand what we set up. I think this is the phrase that has become a household phrase. I think it is now repeated by many people all over the country. But still, this is something that you cannot get rid of. This is the feeling that you used to set the car more, adjust the car more, but get less result. But now he has come here for the result, and we can see it. One stage after another. This luck is not always on the side of Maxim Grossman because, oh, wow! Oh, yay! This is still minus 0.5. We've got a new qualifying leader. There's still no 30 for the angle. Now Anton Dmitrienko is probably giggling, saying, haha, you can get 99, but you cannot get 30 like me. Yes, Max Grossman, congratulations. You are the new leader of the qualifying, even though, how much higher can you get? There's one more point to gain, so probably this will be the subject of the fight of the rest of the qualifying. 93 points, 10th in the qualifying, but this is a regular thing. You can fall even deeper with this score. The second run, Grigory Burlutsky, Carville Racing, F22, different headlights. Running in, and Fury Dashe performed by Grigory Burlutsky. It looks like he touches the forbidden no-go zone. He has been trying to get there, but then he was late with the accelerator for less than a second, but every part of the second matters. No questions, touch and go. 7, 2 inner clips to the finish left, and this is it. This is it. The car number 91 has finished the race. Okay, two wheels outside. Preliminarily, this is what I can say this far. No-go zone, even though we will probably see it on the line later. And here one wheel was obviously outside and near touch and go 6.2. Yeah, no, 4/2, sorry. Because there are 15 checkpoints, and sometimes it's hard to see which one is which. And apart from these two little flaws, let's call them this way, or drawbacks, basically the runs are very, very similar to each other. But the most important thing about that, well, doubtlessly, it is important to make no mistakes and to be confident and to be sound and solid. But then he managed to correct himself and not go in the no-go zone. So as far as the runs are concerned, doubtlessly, we want everyone to get 100 points. But in the perfect scenario, everyone has to run in the same way, in a unified way, to analyze every driver, to see their character, and to give all this information to the chaser. If one time after another the driver does the same performance, this is great for the chaser. It is useful for making a close tandem drifting that I hope we will see today after lunch and tomorrow all through the day. And the abundance of 90-plus runs means that we are entitled to demand the drivers to show us these runs. And for Grigory Burlutsky, I think his circuit racing experience should give him more stability. But I guess that the repetition of the same is the only thing is that in common between the circuit racing and drifting. All right, there's quite a lot of penalization. A wheel was in the no-go zone, and it carried a lot of other penalizations. So this is 87.5. Okay, so 93 is a great result anyway. And then once again, another driver from St. Petersburg, another F22, Anton Klimko, who has got 97 points for his first run. Let's see what he can show us in his run number 2. But then after that, we have had 98.5 and 99. So he has got to give us something. Let's see what kind of a response this guy of St. Petersburg can give us. Touch and go 1. Well, good. A good transition that he collects. Number 3. Number 4. Another square is taken, eaten by the wheels of the car. Then he is getting one after another. Then in number 7, one wheel dives away outside the white line. Unfortunately, up. And I think that he reaches touch and go number 9, even though he's on the edge. Yeah, but after 97, what else can you do? You can risk more, hoping that everything goes fine. This was an absolutely spectacular initiation. He pressed accelerator in touch and go 1/2 on the way to the dotted line, long before it came, when he still had like 15 or 20 meters from touch and go 1/2 to the dotted line. All that totality, it was very aggressive. It was very spectacular. But even if he takes touch and go 9, and we hope he has taken it, having a wheel outside will deprive him of at least 2 points for the line only. But it's hard to imagine having been penalized for the line and not being penalized for anything else, because these all criteria are interconnected. Anton Novikov has got 30 points that he can give you for the angle, and he gave 30 only to Anton Petrienko. But maybe this is about the name Anton, and Anton, you know, something similar. This may be the reason. Okay, I'm just kidding. So if you're not Anton, you have no chance. But if you're Arkady, you can do whatever you want, but you will never get 100. You see, just Arkady has had 99.5. Moreover, Arkady Tseregradzev is the only driver I remember who has been with one wheel outside, but still got 98 points in the qualifying run. This 2-point penalization was the only one. The same thing we had in RDS Europe once, 2 wheels outside, 96 points for the qualifying. And then Andreas Tapov, the line judge, said that it was very painful for him to deduct those 4 points from the driver. Okay, he could have done better, if not at will. But generally, look at these runs. Just in terms of numbers, what a progress throughout this season. 97, 96, top results with top stability. That is so incredibly brilliant, and it's always delightful for me to see the progress of the drivers when they work really hard, and you can see that all these efforts are paying back. Roman Tivadar, his 96.5 look pretty humble right now. But, well, who knows? Maybe now it will shine with new colors. Who knows? We will find out very soon. The driver of Takayama Forward Auto, unfortunately, 1 of 2, not 3, because Timofey Dobrovolsky has got to study. And now his billet block engine is about to roar, and we can see Roman preparing for the race. By this season, he decided to bring his handbrake to where it belongs, and I think this was the reason why he tripped. Well, after that doesn't mean because of that, but this is a correlation that comes to my mind. Now Roman Tivadar makes an initiation, then he beautifully increases the angle. That's okay, that is allowed by the judges. Oh wow, that's such a good entrance into the slower part of the track, very good. Then he fixes the angle and he slightly reduces it in the medium. And we know that this is the right thing to do, thanks to Anton Petrienko. And Roman Tivadar, in the meanwhile, is finishing his second run. I don't know whether there is an improvement, but visually, it didn't look any worse than the previous run. But you see, there is kind of a tendency that we can see. Having one wheel outside is becoming a tendency, a trend, if you wish, in the third group. In the second run, having one wheel outside near touch and go 7. Because they're adding more speed, they're trying to add more dynamics, and it's getting harder and harder to stay within the track. So it means that keeping aggression within is hard. This is a fact. So, oh yeah, this is so beautiful, so beautiful. Especially when we're looking from this angle, it looks like there is an invisible hand that takes a car and pushing it to the left-hand side. So when the car begins going inside, when accelerated, it gives you an incredible impression. So beautiful, so great. I can imagine what the cameramen are feeling, the cameramen who are shooting this, because they are standing right behind the concrete blocks. And until a certain moment, the cars are just flying into them. And also, they've got very strong lenses on the cameras. And sometimes it also lets us down. You think that the cars are running wheel to wheel, but in fact, it's not really like that. It's about the optics. So what do we see? We see how it was all going from inside.
You see that the concrete blocks are pretty far away, and behind these concrete blocks we've got Drift Taxi, which is also cool and safe, because safety is our priority, I remind you. They've got the helmets, they've got the safety gear, and you will have a nice, fun ride, and you don't have to fight for the front seat. On the back you can feel more articulation. You can feel it even better than the driver. Now, Roman Tivadar finishes his qualifying performance, and we're waiting for the score. And I guess it will always be about the angle. Yes, exactly. Minus 0.5 for the angle. But there is an improvement. There is. If he stayed within the track, it would have been better. But, well, this is 97. Very good. After 96.5, getting 97. And with the totality of the two runs, Roman Tivadar is superior to Anton Klimkov. Yes, this competition is very intense. We will also see who hits whom, and there will be a question whether it was worth that improvement. Leonid Schneider had 93 points in the first run, and I'm sure that he wants to get more in his attempt number 7. Or number 2, I'm sorry. Time Up team. The founder of this team, his previous Red Ring visit wasn't very happy. I hope that this year it will be much better, but now this is qualifying run number 2. This far, it's very good for him, and he is in the slowest part of the track, very aggressive. The smoke, number 7, it's flowing all over, all around, and almost full gas. And here, in 7th clip, it looked slightly weird. I almost felt my heart stopping, because at some point I felt like he was a little bit in a hurry to run to touch and go number 8. Let's make a comparative analysis. The second run was better to my mind. It was more confident. It was more solid. It was more sound. It was more mature, if you wish. And now we are watching at full screen. And I have a feeling that he was a little late, so there may be some commitment issues. The third clip, then the transition, and press it. A little fraction of a second. Let's take an example of his teammate, Maxim Grossman, who was doing the same with much less aggression, but he looked very harmonic. And it also paid back with a good result. If we ask the public which one they like more, this is a very early transition. He began the transition too early, so he avoided a clipping zone that was just there. So Maxim Akhtyamov, who is a spot of Leonid Schneider, will definitely do some follow-up. So if you ask anyone, any spectator who is just learning drifting and the art of drifting, and ask them, which of the runs did you like more? There was also a wheel outside. I'm almost sure that such a spectator would say, I loved Lyonya because there was so much smoke and so much emotion, and probably some music was playing inside the car. Oh, wow, 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 wow. It was too far outside. It doesn't really matter how far it is, but one wheel is out there, and that's enough. It's already -5 at least. Yes, so this is it. This is the -5. Commitment-wise, it's -2, which we could foresee in Sector 2. That is the lately pressed accelerator. And yeah, so this is 91. No improvement, regardless of all the hard work. Oh, wow. Thank you. Thank you. I wonder how you walk on these surfaces and this footwear. It should be very, very hard. Or maybe this is about cultivation. I'm not really good at agriculture, but I guess it could be good for the soil. Ilya Popov is preparing for the second run, 94 for the first run. Evolution UK ADV by Держимый Motorsport. And 370Z, he is running in. Number 22 is already in the initiation zone. He is storming into the scored section of the track, looking very well and almost overdid it with the first transition, but then he finally got it back and he worked through the first inner clip, and now the slowest part of the track is over through touch and go number 6 into the transition, and then beautifully into touch and goes number 7, and now only one last sector left, these last meters, and Ilya Popov once again demonstrates us an almost perfect stability. Very mature drifting, this is the way I would call it. But getting back to the angle score, Dmitry Yermokhin had the same. So today, and he's not even Anton, but he's also on board Sylvia S15. So I guess I know what it depends on. But it's strange that Roman Tvada doesn't have 30 for the angle. Ilya Popov is doing a great job. Let's enjoy this initiation once again. This is big handbrake job, and the wheel was still on the white line. It's so good that the guys brought this white line so generously, and you can run on them and you can slide on them, you can do whatever on them. And if any of them supports one driver, they would say, which group is he in? Third. Yeah, let's make it a little bigger. Let's add another meter. Yes, they can use this for their advantage. This is just so beautiful, and I'm not even speaking about these rear wheels, but I'm speaking about the way these wheels are sliding along the line, and the drones are accompanying the cars. I've had a chance to chat to the drone operator. So, by the way, hello, it's so great to see you. How do you feel? Are you cold? Are you well? Everything is well. Okay, good. So in RDS shop, we've got a good stock of warm clothes. And we are now looking at the results. Respect to the judges, because they are doing it very fast today, which means that technology has finally got into order. And this is 95.5. Yeah, this is an improvement. Ilya Popov is 5th, which is a very decent result. Especially in such a competitive environment, being 5th is great. Of course, I know that everything may change. Now, Andrei Astapov, who was a qualifying leader, but for a very short while, with 98.5 points, but for such a short while. Now he's got to do a serious work, a serious follow-up, and try to improve something in his perfect previous run. Andrei Astapov from Yekaterinburg and his E92. Whoa! This was really great. Maybe it was not productive, but we thank Andrei Astapov for that. Now Andrei is trying at least to repeat the same scored section of the track. One wheel was almost outside, and whoa! This is too narrow. No, it's all ruined. It's all ruined. I guess there will be... No. Now there is no doubt. No even second thought. Missing a touch and go means no improvement whatsoever. But the beginning was so great. It began very well, but maybe slightly excessively. If you don't know what to add, you should add commitment. On one hand, on the other, as we could see with Maxim Grossman, commitment doesn't always come with hypertrophied movements. This is called commitment with aggression. You shouldn't confuse between the two. These are two different things. Sometimes the drivers take one for another. Very often, this is the way you want to understand it. When you say commitment is aggression, this is a movement on the correct line, working with acceleration. Yes, this is so. But at the beginning, at the dawn of drift, we had an idea that the more the angle, the better. Then gradually we came to realize that the angle doesn't have to be maximum all the time. It has to be optimal for this or that configuration, rhythm, and so on. And why did we begin to speak about it? Because the angles are too big and they reduce the speed and they ruin tandem drifting, and this is what we're doing it for. This is why aggression can also spoil it, and it can ruin the tandem drifting. And this is a pen. Russian Drift Series pen. Okay, Andreas Tapov missing touch and go 7/1/2 and even /3 is very, very sad. After sevens, I think he just gave it up. He was very demotivated. He just decided to keep on pressing the accelerator, and that's it. Yes, here he's, yes, missing number 9. 98.5. We shouldn't really cry over Andreas Tapov. Of course, they're fighting for top 3. And of course, 98.5 doesn't really guarantee you anything at all. Even 99 doesn't guarantee you anything at all. Because, you know, they can all get into that. And the question would be whether it's about any comparison. It may be about style, then about angle. And, oh, 4, 3, 2, God. -11 for the line. What would you say about that? Yes, this is a total of 82.5. Yeah, okay, so it could have been better, if not that line, and only the last part of the track. This is the 3rd sector, when you're almost there. Maxim Grossman, the qualifying leader, he had 99 points for the first attempt, and now he will try to outrun himself. At least he's got to keep himself safe, because there is the most monstrous group ahead, number 4. And now Maxim Grossman, that is very exciting. How can you come out at the start knowing that the best thing you can do is repeat your previous success? Maxim Grossman, oh wow, he hardly reaches touch and go 2, collects touch and go 3, then he makes another transition. This is touch and go 4. He widens out the line compared to the previous run. Now he looks very, very precise in the touch and goes. Number 7, 2 inner clips left. And the question is only about touch and go 2. Now let's see the replay. Of course, we cannot see it in all the detail, but we can make one general impression. But it gives me a feeling that this is all the same run, except for the tiny correction before touch and go 2. And this is still an open question, whether he has or has not taken it. And touch and go 2 goes to 3 points. And -3 points is already 97, so it means no improvement. But let us not run ahead. Let's wait for other angles, other views, other replays. Let's hope for the better. Let us not judge with the graphs, because this is what the judges never do. But the graphs, the 2 graphs of Maxim Grossman are absolutely the same. Ah, yay! It's more of a yes than a no. Stanislav Dolgik said that he will be much tougher with the drivers, that he will not allow these maybe yes, maybe no things. But there is yes, there's well, yes, and there's well, yes. So this is more of the 3rd option. Well, yes. Yeah, you can tell that. Yeah, well, yes, very merciless. Yeah, the mercy is out of chat. The wind has blown it away. No more mercy left in the hearts of the judges. Maxim Grossman doesn't get the improvement, but if there wasn't a 99-point run, we would have said, yes, great. 94.5. Yeah, and now the last group is coming, the leaders group. They're coming out to the start, and it will be opened by driver from Samara Avtobanai Mall, flanker F, Sergei Kuznetsov. The youngest participant of the final group. He is 26 years old. He's got an anchor there. Yeah, that's cool. That's fun. This is rethinking even 2 anchors. Sergei is not from Vladivostok. He's from Samara, which is a river city, by the way. Flanker F. all redesigned, redeveloped, remade, upgraded, and much more obedient than at the beginning of the season. To touch and go 4, Sergei Kuznetsov is running touch and go 6, and the angle is still. Is this some kind of magic, or what is going on? Magic of the driver and touch and go, and the last clip is left and he hardly hits it. Or doesn't he? Let's wait for the replays, because as the practice shows, it doesn't really help sometimes. As one of our colleagues once said, I am about to finish it all, because, well, what can you say about this? This is almost perfect, except for touch and go 9, at least to my taste, because what we can see online or on air, what we see on replays, angle-wise, stability-wise, transition-wise, and so on, this is something like almost brilliant, almost excellent. But do you think Sergei Kuznetsov gets a maximum for the angle, dear viewers? Of course not. This is not Anton, not Sylvia. So I don't see any reason for the judges to give him that half a point. Okay, but there will be another run for him. This is a kind of a spell that has to be removed. But this visual impression and touch and go 4 and 5 is really seen in drift dynamics. There is minimum discrepancy from the perfection. The angle has to be medium, and it was 49 or 50 all the way through. And here, like, what? Let's check out the scores, and then it will be clear. Yes, -2 in touch and go 9. All right, minus half a point for commitment twice, -1.5 for the angle, 28. We could say, wow, what a great run if we hadn't seen better ones before. 94.5 is nothing new for us. But, well, Sergei Kuznetsov still has a chance to improve, to excuse himself for this 94.5 points. Arkady Tseregratsev and his Nissan Fairlady Z Evolution UK DV by Державный Motorsport and the playing coach of the team. All right, so let's see. Arkady Tseregratsev, another attempt to get 100 qualifying points. The first touch and go is taken. Absolutely virtuoso. And then he is pressing the accelerator at the right moment without waiting for the dotted line. And touch and go 6. He's run touch and go 7. This is a very careful transition. He adds a little more. And he started the transition proactively, and this is the only question. But taking this 90-plus reality into consideration, we've got to understand whether the speed fell before, maybe fell below 50 or 60 kilometers per hour. He added more angle, almost in touch and go 8. Yes, so he did it. So he was simply trying to be precise. You know, Arkady loves high speeds. At the run-in and here, 142 is something close to top values. But we are very observant because, well, this is 56 kilometers per hour in the place where it has to be at least 60. Maybe angle-wise it was still within the allowed limits, but yes, speed-wise, 2 kilometers per hour is missing. So, let us not argue. These are all numbers. But the main numbers that we want to hear is what we see after the judges finish their discussions. I just opened our entry rating with the highest speed of every participant, and do you know what I saw? So I pressed 3 buttons to do it. And I'm not sure that it was all safe for Amantivadar, but that table says that his maximum speed was 155. The second is Georgi Chivchan with 148. As one famous philosopher would say, to the bushes with such speeds. It was a different autodrome, but also the numbers were different. But it was ADM Raceway and Leonid Schneider, or under the colors of Forward Auto. But that was all spectacular and maybe not really productive. So this is what ruins the impression. This touch and go number 8 is when at the moment of transition you are getting to the touch and go point. Formally this is right front wheel. But then the left wheel was in the no-go zone. But there are so many lines. But the brightest one, the correct one, they're kind of crossroads that are going together and then apart. But I guess I know how to make it easier for the C1 stand spectator. You need to draw a pedestrian crossing over there. Because why not? If we've got so many marks, why not make another one? Okay, so nothing bad has happened. Stanislav didn't see anything bad in Touch and Go 8. But the general result is still 95.5. Well, maybe this is fine for the start. It is at least 1 point more than Sergei Kuznetsov, but we're spoiled by the previous group and we are not satisfied. Grigory Gusev. Is this the track where he joined RDSGP? I guess yes, and then he came another time in 2021. He's from Nakhodka, so this is the autodrome nearest to his house. And this is the second time, on the second time he got in top 4. Grigory Gusev makes a very aggressive initiation, but unfortunately the corrections are very, very obvious. And Touch and Go 4 is already under the wheels. 4.2 is under questions, not under the wheels. Then it's more of a yes than a no. Then Touch and Go 7, and he adds more angle. And then he collects one and another inner clips at the end of the third sector, and then he finishes. Well, it looked more like a Group 2, not Group 4. Group 3 looks like the fence, like a borderline where everyone was supporting each other, like saying, hey, see what we can do. Yes, this is the wrong group called 4th. We also deserve it all. We can also do it. Because the average score of the 4th group is now lower than that in the 3rd. Let's see the replays. It doesn't really look like real Griha to me, because we're used to seeing something more expressive and something more precise. Here it was all quite in place, but not very precise, not very accurate, because what I think Grigory Gusev has achieved throughout his GP journey is not losing the charm, but at the same time retain that aggression. I think this is about the E92 shift, because with E92 it was really a moment when his quantity was converted into quality, even though Grigory Gusev would say, no, Chaser is my only love. But what is interesting on board a Chaser, Griha was also more stable, and he became better in all the ways. I remind you that on board a Chaser, Grigory Gusev is a leader of RDS Europe, and he is very, very solid leader. He's pretty far away from Ivan Palmin. -4 points for the angle. These are the corrections. These are the corrections. Too many of them. They were too visible even through the cameras. And I would like to add that I'm really not used to such penalties anymore. 92 points. Okay, so dear friends, 92 points for Grigory Gusev. And now the next one is a driver from Krasnoyarsk, who has been a champion of RDSGP 4 times. His name is Georgy Chivchan, and this is his 60th event in his career. Such a round number, and his home stage. 19 victories he has gotten, his track record. And another home victory would be a great decoration for this collection. But the only thing he's got to do now is to win. But we know it's not that easy. The 400Z is working through the first touch and go. Yes, inner clip is taken, then a transition. Beautiful and light. Very easily. It looks like the weight loss procedures of the car really brought their fruit. He is sliding on the white line, then through touch and go 8, touch and go 9. No questions to the line whatsoever. Now let's proceed to the other criteria. The only thing that slightly confused me is going to happen in a couple of seconds. Please press it before. Press it earlier, please. Why are you mocking at us like this? And Vladimir Safonov was like, haha, I see. At the beginning of the season, when Vladimir Safonov won the RDS Siberia, Gocha was third. Because of the first stage, his clutch came off and he simply couldn't qualify. Statistically speaking, while we're enjoying the replays of Georgy Chevchan, let's just allow us to be surprised. This is his 60th event in his career. Georgy Chevchan has been in top 8 45 times, which is 3/4 of times. 33 times he was in top 4 and 32 times he was on the podium. So more than a half of his events he finished on a podium in any of the steps, and 19 of them are first. And the statistics are merciless. Only once Gocha was in top 4 and he didn't get to the podium. And it happened not so long ago. It was a couple of years ago, maybe. It was in 2013. Yes, it was not like a couple of years ago. It was 11 years ago. In Nizhny Novgorod, back then he fell to the 4th line. Maybe something extraordinary must have happened. Commitment, the 2 points for the accelerator. 30-28-38, which is 96, better than Tseregratsev if we speak about this kind of competition. Half a point better. So they are always together. Only Grigory Gusev got in between them. Someone is between them. And now the guy who is just incredible. You cannot just stand before him because he will blow you away with his emotion and vibe and his aggression. Let's see. This is the run and very aggressive as usual, but very precise at the same time for Evgeny Losev. This is very good initiation. What a transition it has been. So fast, flashy, with a lot of aggression. Evgeny Losev is already in the 5th touch and go. He's leaving the apex for touch and go 6. And he's flying, and then the line becomes very narrow. Touch and go 7, unfortunately. The transitions are so mind-blowing, if not that. This little flaw that definitely caused some penalty on him. Let's recall the run of Georgy Chevchan and see the same drawback that Evgeny Losev did. He started pressing the accelerator too late after the Furidashi. But unfortunately, such masters as Georgy Chevchan and Evgeny Losev, Sergei Kuznetsov, Grigory Gusev, there is a certain skill called the analysis and follow-up. So, of course, we expect something better in the second run, because the general qualifying concept is that the first run is often better than the second. Just look how the Supra is turning around its axis. Even at this level, even in the reality of 2 final groups, it looks very, very cool. And by the way, let's get back to Gocha and Arkady Tseregratsev. Why we feel like comparing them? Because we've got only 2 champions here. And this is why we're trying to compare them, or even oppose them to each other. But one of them was a champion 4 times, and another was a champion. But a champion is a champion. Anyway, doesn't matter how many times. So this is the result. Oh, -6, -6. because 3 out of 3 has been missed by Evgeny Losov. But regardless of the similar mistake at the beginning, for the first sector, the angle on the start penalization is less than that of Georgy Chevchan. Less than 90 points for the first run. Do we have numbers like this? 89.5. Yes, for the fourth group, it's almost a zero. Now, Damir Idiatulin, driver from Krasnoyarsk, who began his motorsports career here at the Red Ring as a volunteer. He used to mow grass, and now he is in fresh racing on board a car, and he is the main competitor of Artyom Shabanov, and he's doing his first qualifying run. And he manages to get this touch and go 1 and 2. Now it's time for the apex. He fixes the angle, keeps it hard, and then with the same angle he's jumping out from the apex. And this is the way you do it. Touch and go 7, as though he is saying. And he is finishing to the last 50 meters from touch and go 9 to the finish. It looks like the right rear wheel behaves kind of funnily. Or maybe I'm mistaken, maybe just the heavy load. Because you could see that the angle changed in a very articulated manner. The rear right wheel, there was a subframe program for the Idiatulin, and quite possibly, it can be the hand clamp, because it has to be on, but it might be off. But it was so much on the edge. This is a top skill, to be on the edge but still holding on to it without falling into the abyss of 2 points deduction. In our reality, in our qualifying reality, this is an abyss, because once you get this deduction, all the hope for the victory is over. And Damir Idiatulin is the nearest competitor of Artyom Shabanov and the main qualifying specialist. He has got more qualifying victories than anyone else in RDSGP. He's got 10. But at the same time, here at Red Ring, Evgeny Losov has got more victories than Damir Idiatulin. Evgeny has got 2 and Damir has got only 1. And I think that Damir should be very, very furious. I don't really think that he is furious, because this is not the kind of person. But, I mean, generally speaking, Damir has already got the reputation of a great qualifying expert. The score is almost ready. So here it really does smell like high scores. And when it smells like 100, and we know that Damir Idiatulin is the greatest expert in getting 100, these 10 qualifying victories didn't come out just randomly. And the last qualifying victory at Nizhny Novgorod, the end ring, was also a victory with 100 points. Let's check it out. Let's look it up in our materials. So let's see what is happening with the commitment. Maximum fluidity, maximum commitment, and the angle. Can you guess? Because, yeah, we know. You've got to be Anton on board Silvia S15. Yes, Anton Novikov could find 2 0.5 flaws in the performance of Damir Idiatulin. So what? This is 98 points. This is not just a productive run. This is a super productive run. Yes, he's on the 3rd, I know. And he's 2 points away from 100. And he's still 3rd. This is top 3. We already have 29 people, so the buy-run zone can only be expanded due to Artyom Shabanov, which is very, very unlikely. Artyom Shabanov, the leader of the personal rating, 328 points away from Damir Idiatulin in the general rating. So Artyom Shabanov, his first qualifying run. Very good angle, slightly late with the acceleration, as I think. Another transition, the slowest part of the track, touch and go 4. in 9. This is a 2-segment touch and go 5 through the inner clip, then another transition towards touch and go 7 with a little margin. And 2 last clips and 10 more meters to the finish. At a certain point, it looked like he was about to crash with the drone. The drone was in front of the car, and it can be very confusing. I mean, it can just be on the way. As far as the qualifying rounds of Artem Shabanov are concerned, this is not the strongest part of Artem Shabanov this season, at least. In the qualifying, Artem Shabanov has not won this season, but he has had some very high scores. Let me check it out. I can imagine what the drone operator just saw. He saw this huge headlight, and he was like, oh, gotta get out of here. In St. Petersburg, Artem Shabanov had 96 points for the qualifying, and he was second after Damir Diatulin. And then they met in the final. Yeah, and Damir Diatulin was stronger once again. And I say hi to all Artem Shabanov fans, because we know what reaction it caused among them. We continue watching the runs, and Artem Shabanov just amazed me with the very first run at the Red Ring. He has never been here before. He doesn't do sim drifting. He just came out and he did such a kind of a run as though he has spent thousands of hours here. And what I really liked was the reaction of Arkady Tsarekrantsev. What is there to do, he said. Because to his, and Anatol Novikov said the same. He said that anyone who can drive should do it. But yes, there are also lots of little details. But Artem Shabanov is not just a top driver. He is already, so whatever the result is, he is already holding the absolute historical record. This is something no one can ever take away from him. And as far as the title is concerned, yes, we're a little spoilt with the previous years, especially the last one, when until the very last run, through the one more time, 2 leaders were competing for the title. But the dramaturgy cannot always be the same, because otherwise it would be boring. Our life is very diverse, and this diversity can turn different sides to you, and we may not really like that side, but it has to happen one day. Yeah, and you can see this is that press. We forgot about speed, minus 3.5 for commitment, because all the drivers have been overdoing this standard. This is 93 points, and he's 13th. Can you just imagine it? The speed is okay, but he should have pressed the accelerator. But something just went wrong. Now, Sergei Kuznetsov, the second run. The first one was 94.5. And he's got to do something with it. Flanker F, number 36, decorated with lots of anchors. And this is a very careful initiation, but maybe better than the previous run. And now he is collecting. Touch and go 3, touch and go 4, touch and go 5. And it is more of a careful one, not a hard one. And now the finish of Sergei Kuznetsov. His qualifying is over, and so the qualifying is over for Avtoban IMO. The question is what line they're standing on, or what side the qualifying turns to Sergei Kuznetsov. Let's take a look. These are very similar in many ways. There are some new details that appear, but in the bottom line, these runs are similar, like twin brothers, if you forgive me. And the car is also very similar, because these are the 2 runs of the same driver. Okay. The same could happen at the previous event in Moscow Raceway. We had 2 flankers, and they were wearing different colors, but the tones, the shades of the colors were similar. We continue watching the rounds of Sergei Kuznetsov, and we can see that he finally made good friends with the flanker. And he even told me that the flanker became kind of similar to his E36 that he used to drive in RDS Europe. I mean, from the point of steering, not only in the starting number, but also in the steering feeling. So we are now expecting for the score. Top 3, the by-run zone currently looks like this. Maxim Grossman with 99 points. Then Andreas Tapa with 98.5. And Damir Idiaturin with 98. And one more run to go. Hello, 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 everyone. Wave your hands at us. I know that you're cold, I know, but very soon the qualifying will come to an end. It will be in the next, within a very short period of time. We'll have an opening ceremony at 2:45 p.m. and something is telling me that it will be on time. Then the autograph session, and at 4 p.m. and this is Moscow time. We will do top 32. This is Moscow midday. We will even start a little earlier. This is something new. He's a jet lag. 95.5 points was the result of Arkady Tseregratsev. This is the first run that brought him to the very end of the top 10, and we know that this is not something Arkady Tseregratsev would be satisfied with. But as soon as I started saying about starting earlier, the rhythm of the qualifying has slowed down, because you shouldn't really tease the fortune and the god of time. I'm not a believer, but sometimes I can feel something magical. Moreover, Einstein said a lot of things about time, then Hawking added more, and we now know that the time can behave in a very strange ways. So this is -2, and this is 98 points. 98, and this is third place, because Damir Idiaturin hasn't done his second run yet. So 98, Sergei Kuznetsov, applause. This was a great run. And here is the second run of Arkady Tseregratsev. It's about to begin. 95.5 was his first run result. So the ambitions of Arkady Tseregratsev are different. So let's go. Arkady Tseregratsev is running in. And now here comes the question. Can he get to top 3? To achieve that, he's got to do a lot. Even 98 points may not be enough. He's got to put the stakes even higher. And they are extremely high. Microscopic correction, because then he's pressing the accelerator, and the Z is running to touch go 6, to touch and go 7. Now he's got to collect the last 2 clips, and yes, he does it, and this is the finish. A good, solid run, but still, let us check it out one more time. Let's check it out, what happened to this control line before which you're supposed to press the accelerator pedal. And I have a feeling that Arkady Tseregratsev pressed it right on that line. This is not after, but this is not before. This is a very delicate matter, because the formulation is pretty vague, like touch and goes. Maybe yes, maybe no. Or like, well, yes, or maybe. The same here. When you kind of see something, but at the same time you cannot be sure completely. So this is why you need specialists. Absolutely. Perfect speed everywhere. The first thing Evolution UKDV by Dejimi Motorsport is striving for is the speed. And the speed is what they build the entire settings on. Which sounds like a logical approach. It does make sense, because without speed there is no drifting, and this is a problem that many circuit racing drivers are facing here. You cannot try to get gradually in here. You cannot go slowly. You've got to go fast to make sure that the car goes sideways, and there is a psychological block. Because for all the karting drivers, all the circuit races, you've got to explain that first of all, this is this is not the rhythm at first. But as the Popov brothers show us, sim drifting is a very good practice. And after that, some of them, I don't remember which, Ilya Vladislav, said in our favorite documentary series, the Tire Battle, on a live car, it's even easier because you get more feedback from the car and your vestibular system works. When I tried sim drifting, I couldn't do anything at all. And I said, I need more information from this thingy, because when you're inside a car and something is happening to the car, you have more milestones, you have more references, and it really helps. We're going to have lots of replays now, but let's continue teasing the time god, because we are almost 40 minutes ahead of the schedule, which means that the opening ceremony and the autograph session and the tandem runs may begin slightly earlier. And now, congratulations to all of those who are now just waking up in Moscow, and they turn up the broadcast, and then when they wake up, they find out that they are late. So if you are planning to go to the Autodrome, please check out our social media. And for the autograph session, we invite everyone from the VIP and comfort categories. So the access to the autograph session after the parade is not for everyone. This is always like this. But an important remark to all of you, why the red ring is so beautiful. Not because it's red, but it's cool, but it's because there are no boxes. The drivers have nowhere to run and to hide. Grigory, if this is Morse message, it is taken. So, therefore, you got access to the service park, and there you can meet all of your idols, all of your favorite drivers, and you can try to ask them for a signature outside the autograph session. And many teams have a tradition, like Takaima Forward Auto, after each event, after each competition day, they come out to the spectators and they give out autographs and they take pictures. And I would recommend the other teams do the same, because this is a great tradition. And what did Grigory say with that message? Is it a secret? Okay, Arkady Tseregratsev is waiting for his result, but we know the good tradition that we've got this season. Arkady Tseregratsev never gets 100 points. So 1-1. What is that? 100. Yeah, 100. Okay, yes, okay. Your message is taken, even without the Morse code. We got it. We understood it. See, you can even communicate with the driver. This is a super combo. First of all, you stop in front of the spectators. You're looking at the screen. The spectators are supporting you. You don't have to carry a mobile phone with you. You can see your replay on the screen. There's Hot Pit. There's Alicia who can talk to the driver. So the red ring is a very chamber stage of the drifting theater. Everything is right in front of you. The drivers, the spectators, the Hot Pit. Everything is here. Here are our spectators, our great guests, because here the drift visiting experience is just amazing. People here love drifting. And now, unfortunately, we cannot tell you anything else. We can just giggle or whatever. But this is now getting more and more. Ah, yes. I see. Here it is. Was it really worth the doubt? Half a point taken. Yes. We see. Yes, we are also laughing together with you. This is 99 out of 100, and Arkady Tseregratsev is finally the first. This far, Arkady Tseregratsev is breaking into top 3, so which is even more important than victory, and therefore he kicks Damir Diaturin out from top 3 this far. But Damir Diaturin has another run to go. Now, Grigory Gusev, 92 points for the first run. Very beautiful. 92 on E92. Damir Idiaturin has another run to do. And let us not forget Grigory Gusev, just like Gocha. Any of them can show a 100. Grigory Gusev, in the meanwhile, is doing a furidashi, much more careful than the previous time. He collects the inner clips, 1, 2, and 3. Then he is in the second sector of the track. And here comes the question, how broad the line was to collect all the touch and goes. Number 4, without a second thought, he kind of misses 7/3. And we will now figure it all out. We will now see. Okay, so now let's proceed to the analysis, because something very exquisite happened to the angle in touch and go 7, but we haven't got there yet. We're now in touch and go 4, and they are quite okay. And now let's look at it attentively. Even if he got it, he's been very careful. And it was very close to the no-go zone. But Drift Dynamics just showed a very rare thing. He showed a correction in the curve where the touch and go 7 are. There was a lot of angle, then less, then more, once again. Yeah, so let's see it once again. Huh? The camera is looking vertically down and there are no angle problems. I don't see them. Here, from this angle, you can see it better. Here. Then, or was it more or less and then more again? The diagram shows more or less and then more, but the line also was compromised. But the most important thing about it is that from the tower, when you're looking down and you see it all, and it is all perfect, like on the palm of your hand. But once again, this is a sort of a mystery. We probably should ask Alexander Nechayev about it, why it happens, why there is such a big difference between different values. But the sun has come out, which makes us very happy. Maybe this is about it. Anyway, you can see this strange thing. You can see it on replay, this strange angle thing, which corresponds to the drift dynamics values. But from some angles, these corrections cannot be seen. But so drifting is such a thing. I mean, perception of drifting is based on the angles. So you can look at drifting from different angles and you can see different things. And this is normal. This is the way it works. This is the specificity, the essence of these disciplines. So the angle plays a critical role everywhere. Maybe Grigory Gusev really liked the fact that his score corresponds to his index number. Well, of course not. It was a joke. Okay, so this is another replay. A lot of handbrakes. Here he totally missed it. Here he takes it, and the last one looks missed as well. Yes, he misses it. Yeah, so it's no, yes, no. This is an interesting situation. So what? It looks like the last component of the scoring is ready, the last ingredient. The 4 points for 2 missed touch and go 7. Sector 3 ruined the run of Grigory Gusev. I mean, all his ambitions for the top 3. Unfortunately, it happened. So this is 92.5. What could be a triumph for someone is a loss for Grigory Gusev. And -1 candidate for top 3. Now, however, this is another candidate for top 3. He is now 8th with 96 points. So, and if Gocha gets 99, he will become the leader of the qualifying, because there he's got 96 already. Georgy Chevchan and his 400Z is already rushing to the Furidashi. The car squatted on the rear wheels, and meanwhile Gocha is working through the first 2 clips. And then he is working through touch and go 4 in the same brilliant manner. And then he breaks out from the apex to this wide road, beautiful line through touch and go 7, and collects the 2 last clips on his way to the finish. And now the judges go to discuss. Begin the discussion. Okay, I guess that it is all in the first sector. Here he pressed it proactively, but there was a correction. It is all so complicated, you know. It is all on the fingertips, all of these delicate things. It is so hard to see them. It is so hard to comprehend them. It is so hard, such a hard work to be a drifting judge. It is both intellectually hard because you have to analyze huge amounts of information, and also physically hard because, believe me, just believe me, at the height where the judges are standing at the moment, the cold is crazy. I think they feel like putting all the clothes they have got. The hands are frozen, your face is frozen, plus it's very windy. So aerodynamic solutions. I'm looking at 2 graphs in the row, and you can see that somewhere he even compromised his speed to harmonize his run. I don't think that it was like an analytical job that he did on the way. I think it was more of an intuition, intuitively. And really, the second run looks better. But is it enough to get at least 99 points? And I remind you that 99, even though it sounds weird, this is the minimum for Gocha to win the qualifying or to be a candidate for the by-run zone. But you can also get like 98.2, and there is also Artem Shabanov and Damir Diatulin, because Damir has just got pushed from top 3, but Damir has got 98 points for the first run, and when that score is improved, he will become unachievable for the other drivers. So here there are lots and lots and lots of you can see how the sky becomes clearer and the score becomes clearer as well. It wasn't hard to guess who was the first. Of course, it was Stanislav Dolgich for the line, because the line was absolutely flawless. No questions whatsoever. But the other criteria are, of course, a question. But can Georgy Chivchan be not worse than Anton Dmitrienko? That's a question. Under which circumstances could we ask that question? He used to drive Silvia S15. All right, so this is Georgy Chivchan, and he's waiting for his run. And he is looking at Georgy Chivchan very strictly. So this is their relations. There can be other Siberians who can also do the same. Okay, so I guess Gocha feels better than yesterday, because yesterday he was a little cold. And we will now see the score, 99. We've got a new leader of the qualifying. Georgy Chivchan is half a point ahead of Arkady Tseregradzev. 99 points. So without 99 points, there is nothing to do in top 3. It is all occupied with the drivers with the best attempt of 99. It will be so interesting for me to do a commentary for the best qualifying highlights. At least 399 points in the qualifying, and there can be even more. So Evgeny Losev, his second run, and the first one he had 89.5, and if he had 100 it would have been perfect. This is his Supra A80, very aggressive run, and then he finally gets in the first clipping zones, and the inner touch and goes 2 and 3, and this is already the apex under the wheels of Supra A80, and now this is a decisive attack on touch and go 7 without letting the accelerator go. What is this guy doing? Touch and go 8, 9 maximum aggression. They've been asking him about the brakes and about hand brakes. And, you know, even without all of that, it should work. And now Evgeny Losov just showed it how you can do it without all that, without the crutches. So this looks like Losev's brand-mark transitions. But speaking analytically, from analytical point of view, he makes an impression of slightly dirty run, like, you know, like he lacks a little bit of leanness. But this is also the handwriting of Evgeny Losov. How can you distinguish between Evgeny Losov and Damir Datulin? Well, with this, Damir is like a piano player, and Evgeny Losov is like a drummer. He's more like a drummer, playing drums and percussion. Or maybe that huge big drum. How do you call it? Big drum. Hard to say. This is sort of funk music playing. The best traditions of the Roaring 20s, a century ago. And it looks like we are going back to our old reality. 89.5 for the first run. You can tell that this is not absolutely right, but now it is. Now it is the way it should be. Touch and go 7 was missed in the first run, if I'm not mistaken. He made an early transition into the curve, and he needed more space, more width, because it's very hard to guess the right moment when you throw your car over there. You don't know whether it slides or it doesn't slide. And when it... Yes, I could see it coming because he really pressed the accelerator slightly lately, which is not really like him. He just got too much carried away with the flight. So, this is not a by-run zone. No, this is 96.5, but this is 9th place. A very, very serious qualifying we've got this time. And we are now waiting for Evgeny Losov's teammate, Damir Datulin. He had 98 points for the first run, and this is 6th place. Can you ever imagine that? But you remember James Dean with 2 97-point runs here at the Red Ring. Damir Datulin and his final run in the qualifying round. And his initiation, and now he definitely pressed it on time. The same touching goes 2 and 3 were in the previous run, but there is no surprise. He's got to improve at least a little bit. Oh God, so much smoke. This is incredible, something so special. But nevertheless, Damir Datulin continues running. Very, very high speed in the last sector. I wonder how many kilometers per hour did it make? How did the car still stay on the ground with so much fervor? This is... I wonder if he got touch and go 8, because I have a little suspect. I suspect that maybe he didn't. If he didn't, this is the end of the story. But if he has, it will be... It may be something very intriguing. Because generally he did press the gas long before he had to. And now I can't wait for the full screen replay, and I want to see the inner touch and go 8, because this is the moment which will decide everything. Was the wheel on that line or not? Or maybe this is almost the same thing that he had in the previous one. So the precision and the concentration of the Damir Datulin's runs is just crazy. It is so much smoke in this space I've never seen before. Wow, this is so great. We've got the main smoke specialists like Leonid Schneider, Andrei Astapov. But yesterday during the training we had this funny situation when first Artem Shabanov and then Georgy Yevchan did their practice. And the wind was gone, absolute still. And this was the first time I saw it on the red ring. For a minute this smoky cloud covered everything. You couldn't see absolutely nothing. And that smoke was there for around a minute and it wouldn't go anywhere. Clip 8. is on the edge, if it even was there. So now all the secrets will come true right now. We are looking at it and... Well, it's hard to tell. So now we will find it all out. We will now see it and find it all out. And there will be only one run, only one candidate left. -3 points for the Mirdiatulin. No, it wouldn't really save him, because in the other criteria it's -2, and it would mean that 99 doesn't happen, no matter how you calculate it. So 95, 98 is still the best result of the Mirdiatulin. This is not top 3, but for the Mir, it is more important to know where Artem Shabanov is. Artem Shabanov has got 93 for the first run. This is 14th place in the qualifying. But still, this is the top half. And for Artem, it is important to be higher than Damir, to do it better than 98 points. And this is a challenging task. Artem Shabanov is accelerating the last run of this qualifying round. And he successfully initiates, goes through touch and go 1, touch and go 2. Then he turns his Supra around to go to touch and go 4. And then he's leaving the apex through touch and go 4 and 5 without crossing the border. Then touch and go 7 is also successfully taken, and there is only 50 meters left, and here he is. The qualifying round is ready. It is over. It is finished. Now we're just waiting for the final score of Artem Shabanov. Wow, that was crazy. Absolutely synchronized counter shift. Artem Shabanov stands out with a crazy precision. Yes, of course he also makes mistakes. He also has flaws, but he always repeats them. If he does several runs in a row, he makes them the same, which makes him very predictable, especially for tandem drifting. This is why the Mirdiatulin could chase him with so much effectiveness and beauty. It was a feast for my eyes, an eye candy for 2 events in a row. But once, I know in 3, yes, they met at 3 events, is the top 8 in St. Petersburg. Oh, yeah, there was at least one wheel outside. This is not top 3. This is not top 3. We will now see where Artem Shabanov goes. We will see the score right now. Now the technical service is running onto the track, and this is -4 for the second sector. Yeah, this is what we just saw. 2 emphasized transitions that let him down. Even though style-wise it's very good, but this is an improvement. But he's 13th, 1 line higher than he was before. And now let's take a look at the final protocol. So we haven't seen Georgy Chevchan at the top of the qualifying rating. This is the victory of Georgy Chevchan. Wow, this is the 60th event in the career of this driver. The 9th qualifying victory. And he is 1 step away from the Mirdiatulin by this criterion. Georgy Chevchan, 4-time champion of RDSGP, the defending champion of RDSGP. We begin to forget it, because here it is just amazing. And this run, this round, this event is very exciting, this battle for top 3. And what is especially important here is that none of the personal rating leaders, if we speak about Damir Diatulin and Evgeny Losy and Artem Shabanov, none of them are in top 3. So every one of them will have to fight for the right to continue. Evgeny Losy is 9th, Ilya Popov is 10th, rounding up the top 8, and Anton Kozlov. Then there is Grigory Burlutsky is on the 16th place, and Shikov Nikita is at 12th. So Carville this time qualifies well. And all in all, we've got 18 runs of 90-plus score. Even Sergei Sak with a self-saving session also has got 90-plus. Wow, and The rookies are not the last, but they are very close to the bottom. And who hits whom, we'll see it very soon. And now let me remind you that we will have a pre-race that we will show before tandem runs, and all the others will see it live. You can see us recording it, and then you can watch it in record before tandem runs. Getting back to statistics, here are some funny numbers. I really like it. Arkady Tseregrazov has got 7 qualifying victories, Evgeny Losov has got 8, Georgy Chevchat has got 9, and Damir Yaturin has got 10. So they're all close together. All the Siberians are always together. So now we're going to have an amazing top 32. This is going to be fatal for someone, but I know that for no one it will be formal except for the 3 leaders of qualifying. Georgy Chevchat, Arkady Tseregrazov, and Maxim Grossman. And now we take a break to see you during the opening ceremony, pre-race and top 32. See you later.